Chapter 726. For a moment, more and more cultivators came to investigate, and the area was surrounded by people. When they saw Lin Rei, who was madly absorbing the earth's spiritual qi, and a woman in a fiery red robe, they were stunned. "Hey, brother, what happened just now? Why was there such a big commotion?" "Yeah. That's right," before I could react, the energy and the rumbling sound disappeared. "Tell me, what's going on?" "Yeah." The people who came to investigate were filled with curiosity and asked the cultivators who had arrived earlier. Sigh. "It's strange. In the blink of an eye, this place turned into a wasteland. However, I heard that a phoenix appeared here. Of course, I don't know if it's true or not. It's just hearsay." The cultivator who was asked replied calmly. "Oh. Phoenix." At this moment, the man's words stunned the cultivators who came later. Not to mention the fact that they were the elites of the major sects, even the sect leaders of the major sects had never seen a divine beast like the phoenix. At this moment, Xia Feng, who was guarding Lin Rei, felt her tongue dry when she saw the people around her chattering. She was afraid that they would affect Lin Rei's cultivation. For a moment, Xia Feng glanced at everyone with a gloomy face. Her eyes were filled with coldness, and the cultivators who were swept by her gaze felt as if they were placed in a 10,000-year-old ice. The surroundings were filled with coldness, and those with weaker cultivation felt as if the Grim Reaper was smiling and waving at them at this moment. As she looked at them, Xia Feng released her Sage Realm cultivation, and her coercion instantly materialized. Boom, bam. 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 Suddenly, a series of strange sounds were heard. The cultivators within a radius of a few hundred feet fell to the ground the moment they felt Xia Feng's coercion. Whether they were divine monarchs, divine emperors, or even divine venerables, they all fell to the ground at this moment without any strength to fight back. They were in an extremely sorry state. They swore that they had never experienced such a sense of powerlessness in their lives. Xia Feng's eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain as she looked at them. "Humph, I'll give all of you 10 breaths of time to disappear immediately. If all of you still haven't disappeared within 10 breaths of time, then I don't mind massacring all of you." Xia Feng subconsciously licked her lips. He revealed a bloodthirsty expression. Hiss. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but gasp at the sight of Xia Feng's face. Their hearts trembled and their bodies trembled. At this moment, they regretted. They regretted coming here because they had nothing better to do. They regretted their actions. Of course, there was no medicine for regret in this world. When they made their choice, they should have been calm about the consequences of this matter. We obey. Senior, please withdraw your pressure and we will leave immediately." Just as the scene fell silent, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes spoke in a low but loud voice. His face was pale, and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing the voice, Xia Feng looked over. The moment she saw the middle-aged man, she understood that he was a peak mid-stage ultimate god cultivator. No wonder he could speak. Xia Feng nodded as she looked at him. She regained some of her composure. "All right, I'll leave him be for now. However, I hope all of you will keep your promise. You are not allowed to come within 100 feet radius without my order. If you violate my order, I'll kill all of you no matter where you run to." After saying that, Xia Feng withdrew her pressure, but not her divine sense. She wanted to see if this group of people could disappear completely within 10 breaths of time. Run. The peak mid-stage ultimate god middle-aged man did not say anything as he unleashed his fastest speed the moment he felt the suppression on his body disappear. In just a breath's time, the man disappeared within 100 feet of him. However, he did not stop and continued to dash forward. Cheong City was very vast. The middle-aged man rushed from the east city to the west city before stopping. The others were not as fast as the middle-aged man. After all, not everyone could have the speed of a peak mid-stage ultimate god. At this moment, it was like a great escape. Regardless of their cultivation level, there was only one thought in their mind. That was to leave this place as soon as possible. Get lost, don't do that in front of me. I don't want to die even if you want to. Bastard, don't do that in front of me. I have parents and children to take care of. Don't push me. Motherf asterisk cur, what are you trying to do? At this moment, there was a commotion. Xia Feng frowned. She had forgotten to ask them to leave quietly when she spoke earlier. 4. Looking at the crowd, the evil phoenix spoke unhurriedly. However, at that moment, the crowd became even more excited and nervous. Their speed had reached a new height. Xia Feng wanted to say, "It's all thanks to me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to increase your speed so quickly." Of course, Xia Feng would not say that. What she needed to do now was to count and clear the place so that they would not affect Lin Rei. 5. When the number 5 was spoken, the crowd felt that death was approaching. It was as if half of their bodies were already on the road to death. Get lost quickly. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Mother, it's me. I don't want to die. I regret it so much. I hate it. At this moment, the crowd hated that their parents did not give them an extra pair of legs. 6. When the number 6 was spoken, the scene became even more chaotic. Even Lin Rei, who was cultivating, felt the ground tremble. 7. 8. At this moment, the peak divine monarchs had all escaped. This kind of pleasure was unforgettable for them. As for the people with low cultivations, at this moment, they were even crazier. Their speed unexpectedly broke through in order to escape from this place that was about to become a land of Azura. Looking at them, Xia Feng snorted coldly. Her eyes were filled with coldness. It was as if the people in front of her were already dead. 9. No. I don't want to die. The people with low cultivations were basically certain of their fate at this moment. It seems that I have to kill people today. Seeing that there were still people trying to escape from the area he had set up, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the evil phoenix's face. Then, his expression turned cold. 10. When the number 6 was spoken, Xia Feng's aura turned completely cold. She was like a piece of cold iron from the 9 nether. Looking at her would make people tremble in fear. Touching her would make people die. It's time to hunt. Looking at them, Xia Feng was stunned. Instantly, a murderous aura surged. She released her cultivation and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Hiss. When she did that, the people who had already reached a safe place gasped. Their faces were filled with fear. Accept your fate. At this moment, Xia Feng's voice came from behind an early-stage divine monarch cultivator. What? He was very familiar with this voice that frightened him. Just as the thought of escaping appeared in his mind, he felt that his body was no longer under his control. He collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the man's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, he still couldn't figure out how he died. Of course, besides disbelief, he was more regretful. He regretted his curiosity. If he hadn't been curious, he probably wouldn't have died. Not too far away from Linli, Chu Ci, who had just returned from the Bai clan, stared blankly at the slaughter before her eyes, her heart filled with shock. He couldn't believe it. Before he left, this place was bustling with life. But now, it had become a ruin and an Azura domain. At this moment, the moment she finished off one person, Xia Feng took the storage ring from his hand. Then, she immediately rushed to another person. There was no gap in time, only a breath's time. In a breath's time, she arrived next to the other person and killed him. Then, Xia Feng did the same as before. She took the storage ring of the other person and looked for another target. In this way, wherever Xia Feng passed, people would fall. One move. Everyone was hit by one move. The gap in time was always a breath's time, no matter how far away you were. Despair. When the people who were still escaping saw this scene, they were completely in despair. They didn't expect this mysterious woman to have such shocking combat strength. They wanted to escape, but they were powerless because they knew that no matter how they ran, the final result wouldn't change. The only result was death. Xia Feng seemed to never tire herself to death. At this moment, she had completely turned into a killing machine. Other than killing people and collecting storage rings, she didn't care about anything else. Ah! At this moment, screams came from the mouths of the people who were escaping. Those who were targeted by Xia Feng basically became the Grim Reaper's best friend before they could even scream. This scene caused the hearts of the people who had escaped to tremble. They were extremely terrified, and they even began to doubt how they had managed to survive in the past. Phew. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had cultivated the Earth Emperor technique, had reached the 8th level. It wouldn't be a problem for him to restore the ruins in front of him to its original state. At this moment, Lin Rei withdrew his spiritual energy. Then, he came back to his senses and released his consciousness. However, at this moment, Lin Rei was stunned. At this moment, Xia Feng's body flashed and appeared behind a young man. She raised her sword and killed that person. Then, she kept the storage ring and instantly appeared behind another person. The cycle repeated. When he saw Xia Feng's actions, Lin Rei was stunned. He didn't know why Xia Feng was doing this. Damn, who made her unhappy? She actually went to this extent. Lin Rei muttered in his heart. He knew that Xia Feng was doing this because of him. She was afraid that the crowd would disturb his call, so, seeing Xia Feng's killing intent, Lin Rei frowned. Then, his body flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Xia Feng. At this moment, Xia Feng had already raised the butcher's sword in her hand and was about to chop the head of the old man. Bam! Just when the old man thought that he couldn't escape, he saw the soft, white, and blood-stained hand that was about to land on his head. Then, another hand appeared. And this hand magically grabbed the hand that was about to kill him tightly and firmly locked it in midair. It was only a pinky's length away from his head. He could see his own brain. Plop! At this moment, the old man, who felt that he was saved, fell limp to the ground. Something yellow and white oozed out of his crotch. Suddenly, the air was filled with a foul stench. Damn, you old man, why aren't you leaving? You actually came here to poop. Do you believe that I won't care anymore? When he asked about the strange smell in the air, Lin Rei frowned and scolded him. Say. Senior, it's not that I don't want to leave. It's just that my legs aren't listening to me anymore. The old man was helpless. He also wanted to leave, but he didn't have the ability to do so. What the F***ck? Seeing him like this, Lin Rei ignored him. Then, he looked up and saw Xia Feng, whose face was covered in blood, looking at him with a smile on her face. Lin Rei's body trembled. At this moment, he felt as if he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. It was very uncomfortable. Alright, stop messing around. It's enough to kill so many people. Looking at her, Lin Rei let go of her hand. I know. Xia Feng nodded in response to Lin Rei's words and didn't continue to attack. Originally, she was afraid that those people would disturb Lin Rei's cultivation. Now that Lin Rei had woken up, there was no point in killing more people. As she spoke, Xia Feng casually waved her hand and a storage ring accurately fell into Lin Rei's hand. This is their storage ring. Although I know that these things are not important to you, they are useless to me. Lin Rei didn't refuse. However, Lin Rei didn't even look at the storage ring in his hand and put it into the system. Let's go and clean up your son's mess. Looking at Xia Feng, Lin Rei said helplessly. Then, he went to the center of the ruins. Looking at everything around him, Lin Rei supported himself with both hands. At this moment, he completely released his peak middle stage God-Emperor cultivation. At this moment, Lin Rei circulated the earth attribute spiritual energy to the extreme. Gung plus Gui is the great grid, Gui's sun is the sun grid, heavenly Yi-Fu palace, shocking shatter, rise. Hong long long, Hong long long. Lin Rei shouted. Immediately, the earth attribute spiritual energy enveloped the entire ruins. Lin Rei started building according to the foundation of the houses. At this moment, houses with earth elemental spiritual energy appeared in an instant, and each of them was very beautiful. Chapter 727. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Rei had conjured up all the houses that had been destroyed previously. Moreover, Lin Rei could guarantee that these houses were definitely better than the ones they had before. The spiritual energy of the Divine Emperor was not just for show. Moreover, it was Lin Rei's spiritual energy. One had to know that his spiritual energy was extremely pure. If the purity of spiritual energy was 100%, then his spiritual energy would definitely be 100% pure. Of course, this was also inseparable from the help of the little dragon and the system. Of course, most of it was still due to his own breakthrough back then. He had been compressing his spiritual energy to create his current state. Phew. It's finally done. In his divine sense, the houses that had been destroyed by the phoenix had all risen from the ground. But at the same time, because of such a large scale, Lin Rei had basically used up all the spiritual energy in his body. As a result, he was now extremely free. Looking at his own achievements, Lin Rei staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, Xia Feng, who was beside him, quickly supported him. Otherwise, he would have definitely fallen. Looking at Lin Rei's pale face, Xia Feng asked gently, "Are you all right?" "Ah. I am fine. I just used too much spiritual energy in my body. I'll be fine after some rest," Lin Rei said with a smile. That's good." With that, Xia Feng supported Lin Rei and walked into the room behind her. According to the previous plan, this was the room that she had stayed in previously. In the room, Lin Rei came to the stone bed and sat cross-legged. Immediately, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 meters disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, more than 10 spiritual energy vortexes appeared around Lin Rei's body. The spiritual energy that had disappeared within a radius of 10,000 meters was now rushing into Lin Rei's body. There was so much spiritual energy that even Xia Feng, who had been guarding by his side, could not help but click her tongue at this moment. Although he had seen it before, at least that time was different from the current situation. Previously, he had only seen 7 or 8 spirit chi vortexes, but now, there were simply more than the previous time. At this time, Xia Feng looked at Lin Rei with a strange look in her eyes and started to speculate in her heart. "Alas. I've followed you for so long, yet you still have so many secrets. I really don't know how many more surprises you will give me." Xia Feng smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He then found a clean place and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a barrier appeared and covered the room he was in. At this moment, even if a supreme god grumble cultivator tried to pry forcefully, they would probably be shocked and suffer an irreparable backlash in the end. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Night fell, and the vast moon hung in the sky. A cold wind blew past. At this moment, the outside of the room was still the same as before. It was like an azure battlefield. The corpses that had been killed by Xia Feng were not cleaned up at this moment. It was not that they did not want to, but they did not dare to approach. They were afraid that they would join the ranks of the dead. Such a bloody scene, coupled with the dark moon and strong wind, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was an azure battlefield. The path of the strong was originally a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and white bones. This was just the path after all to become a strong person. The weak were prey to the strong. If you were not strong and were killed, it was only the law of this world. You could not blame others. The saint said, survival of the fittest, and the unfit will be eliminated. All things in the world had karma and reincarnation. Everything was predestined. At the door of Lin Rei's room, Tianyu was standing there. She had some injuries on her body, but they were not very serious. Beside her, Yunkai and Chu Xi had already arrived at the door and stood there respectfully. In the room, Lin Rei, who had been cultivating for the whole afternoon, stopped. Suddenly, the dozens of spiritual vortexes around him disappeared in the air. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he stood up and sensed that Xia Feng was meditating. Lin Rei smiled and did not disturb her. After all, Xia Feng's cultivation was not easy. Of course, he knew that it was useless for her to cultivate here. He walked to the door and opened it. At this moment, the three people standing outside heard the door. They immediately turned around and bowed respectfully. Tianyu, Chu Xi, and Yunkai greet the young master. Hee, all right, stand up. Looking at the three people, Lin Rei nodded. You're injured? Noticing that Tianyu's breathing was slightly weak and could even be said to be dispirited, Lin Rei frowned. He immediately thought of what the phoenix had done previously. With a thought, over 10 bottles of pills appeared in his hands. Looking at Tianyu, Lin Li said, of these pills, one of them is used for healing. The rest are all pills that can help increase one's cultivation level. On the bottle, it says when to use them. After saying that, Lin Rei stuffed the pills into Tianyu's hand without waiting for her to speak. He then continued, Yunkai, you're a girl, so it's easier for you to talk to Tianyu. Later, teach Tianyu your sex cultivation so that she can increase her cultivation quickly. Do you understand? Yes, young master. Yunkai understands. Thank you, young master. This servant will work hard to cultivate in the future. Yunkai was not dissatisfied with Lin Rei's arrangement. Her current achievements were all thanks to Lin Rei. Moreover, he had asked her to teach him the Danzong sex cultivation methods. All right, you can go now. Waving his hand, he dismissed them. Come with me. It's time to teach you alchemy. Lin Rei said calmly when he saw that Chu Xi was alone. Yes. At this moment, the happiest person was Chu Xi. This was because he was about to learn Lin Rei's alchemy skills. This was the most extravagant thing he had wished for in this period of time. With Chu Xi in tow, Lin Rei casually found an empty room and walked in. He then set up a grand level array to surround the room. This had almost become a habit of Lin Rei's. He was not used to being disturbed when he was refining pills. This was because not only would it cause the pill furnace to explode, but more importantly, his heart would ache for the spiritual herbs in the furnace. Every spiritual herb that he was refining could be said to be priceless. In the market, there was a price but no supply. Therefore, he did not want to waste them. As the saying goes, wasting is shameful. Lin Rei did not think that he was a shameful person. After finishing all the preparations, Lin Rei's mind moved and the worldly splendor instantly appeared in the room. At this moment, Lin Rei had compressed the worldly splendor, which was originally several feet long, to a size of 5 meters. Hiss. When the worldly splendor appeared, Chu Xi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was full of shock. As a disciple of alchemy, the moment the worldly splendor appeared, he saw how extraordinary it was. Heh. Don't be envious. If you want, after this matter is over, I will refine one for you. His tone was full of indifference, as if it was not a matter at all. Ah. Really? Chu Xi was stunned for a moment before his face was filled with joy and excitement. Yes, after all, as an alchemist, if you don't have a good alchemy furnace, it is extremely disrespectful to alchemy. At this moment, Lin Rei's expression was very solemn and sacred. Yes. Young master, I will continue to work hard. With motivation, Chu Ci felt that he had endless energy now. Looking at him, Lin Rei chuckled and said, "You should first refine a cauldron of pills that are already your limit. Let me see your alchemy skills and the depth of your attainments. This way, I will be able to target some things that you don't know and give you some nourishment during this time." "Yes, young master." Chu Ci nodded and prepared to start refining. "Young master, I will use your alchemy furnace to refine?" Chu Ci probed. "I will." Looking at him, Lin Rei inwardly rolled his eyes and was filled with helplessness. "Nonsense, if you don't use mine, do you want to use yours?" "Oh." Chu Ci nodded and did not say anything else. He took out a set of spiritual herbs from his ring and began to refine. Boom, a ball of alchemy fire, which Lin Rei thought was decent, rushed into the sky under Chu Ci's spiritual energy and began the most important step of alchemy, preheating. Preheating was the most important thing for alchemy. If the alchemy furnace was not preheated, although it could still refine pills, such pills would not be eaten by dogs. More importantly, the pills refined in that way did not contain much spiritual qi. There was only a trace of it. Not bad, this is a good step. Looking at him, Lin Rei smiled and nodded. Not long after, the preheating of the alchemy furnace was completed and Chu Ci began to refine pills. The alchemy fire suddenly increased, and spiritual herbs were placed into the alchemy furnace in an orderly manner. Damn, this is too. Lin Rei could not help but cover his eyes at this scene, unable to bear to look at it. He did not expect Chu Ci to be so old-fashioned and inflexible, completely following the order of the alchemy recipe. AI. Sighing, Lin Li didn't continue watching. This was because he knew that if he continued to refine pills like this, the final result wouldn't be anything special. Not to mention the pill veins, even the medicinal effects would be greatly reduced. Lin Rei did not need to watch this kind of alchemy technique. 3 hours later, with a wang sound, the alchemy furnace trembled and a strange sound was heard. Lin Rei knew that Chu Ci had successfully refined the pill. "Hee, young master, I've refined it, look." At this moment, holding his pill, Chu Ci excitedly walked over to Lin Rei. However, when he raised his head and saw Lin Rei's calm expression, the fire in his heart was instantly extinguished. AI. Looking at Chu Ci, Lin Li sighed and said, "Chu Ci, your alchemy skills, that's not right. This isn't alchemy at all. You're simply taking what your predecessors have already eaten and eating. How can you refine a good pill like this? Moreover, it took you 3 hours to refine this pill. Tell me, you have the face to smile." Lin Rei said without any trace of politeness. After saying that, Lin Rei took the mid-grade emperor-level Huangji pill from Chu Ci's hands and said with disdain and ridicule, "This kind of trash, I was able to refine 8 pill veins on my first try. On my second try, I was able to refine 10 pill veins. After that, it has always been 10 pill veins." After saying that, Lin Rei did not waste any time and crushed the pill. Then, according to the formula of the Huangji pill, he picked out a portion from his ring. Boom, in an instant, the illusory spirit blood fire rushed out of Lin Rei's palm. Under Lin Rei's urging, the illusory spirit blood fire entered the heaven and earth splendor. The cauldron had been preheated before, so there was no need to waste any energy. Then, spiritual power surged out of Jing Lei's left hand and he threw all the spiritual herbs needed to refine the Huangji pill into the universe. "Watch," he told Chu Ci beside him and then began to urge with all his strength. A few minutes later, more than 30 drops of pi liquid were floating in the cauldron. All the impurities were catalyzed, leaving only the essence of the spiritual herb. "Melt for me," he shouted coldly. Without hesitation, he immediately made a pill seal. In the heaven and earth splendor, more than 30 drops of pi liquid began to merge. Hiss. Chu Ci, who had been watching, gasped. Her eyes were full of endless admiration and admiration. In the cauldron, more than 30 drops of pie liquid had merged into a ball. Then, a small drop of pie liquid broke down at this moment. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 6, and finally 24 drops. Pill formation. Linley let out a loud shout, and the droplets of pyrolite began to slowly coalesce into round, glossy pearls, forming into pills. Ha! A few minutes later, the pills were formed. The fragrance of the pills wafted out and filled the whole room. 9 Dragons Pill Formation Technique. Buzz! The pill was formed. The moment Lin Ray withdrew the illusory spirit blood fire, 24 streams of light rushed out of the cauldron and finally landed in front of Lin Ray, floating in the air. On each of the round and smooth pills, there were 10 distinct pill inscriptions on each of them. The whole process took less than 20 minutes, and a furnace of middle-grade emperor-level pills with 10 pill veins appeared. Did you see that? You used 3 hours to refine such simple pills. You should know how many of these pills you can refine in 3 hours. At this time, Chu Ci was very ashamed. He even wanted to find a hole to hide in and never come out again. Okay, enough nonsense. Now, I will teach you the pill formation technique, the pill fusion technique, and the pill formation technique. Finally, I will give you a trace of the illusory spirit blood fire. I hope you can refine it in 2 days. Of course, this is the best result. However, there is one thing I can tell you in advance. The process of refining the illusory spirit blood fire is very dangerous. As he spoke, Linley glanced at Chu Ci. Seeing that he wasn't the slightest bit afraid, he continued, because the temperature of my flames is extremely high, even a tiny bit of it is of an extremely high level. Most likely, none of the doubts of the deity realm can compare to it. Hiss. Hearing this, Chu Ci frowned and his eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that if he gave up this opportunity, his future achievements in the field of alchemy would be completely stagnant. Chapter 728. So, are you still willing? Lin Ray asked indifferently while looking at Chu Ci. Lin Ray didn't force him to make this choice. After all, he had experienced the terror of the illusory spirit blood fire. However, that was because he had the little dragon by his side to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve what he had now. As the saying goes, one can become a Buddha or a demon with a single thought. Of course, the benefits were very obvious. If you could get through it, you would become a god. If you couldn't, you would become a cold corpse. Phew. At this moment, Chu Ci's face was full of seriousness. He said in a low voice, "Young master, I have thought about it. I want it, no matter what the price is. Moreover, I believe I can get through it." Looking at his confidence, Lin Ray chuckled. Alas. All right, since you have made your choice, I will do my best to protect you and make you suffer less. But, you must remember that the process of absorbing and refining the illusory spirit blood fire is very painful and you can't faint. Because if you faint, you will never wake up. Yes, I understand, young master. I am ready. Chu Ci was very determined. He wanted to absorb the illusory spirit blood fire. He wanted to become an expert in alchemy. He wanted to protect the people he loved. Therefore, he had to do this. Looking at the stubborn look in his eyes, Lin Ray was stunned. Then, he nodded. All right, then, let's begin. As he spoke, a pill with cold air appeared in Lin Ray's hand. Looking at Chu Ci in front of him, Lin Ray's face was very serious. Chu Ci, this is the Ice Cloud pill. It is a high-grade zone-level pill. It can help you suppress the illusory spirit blood fire. Of course, although I don't know the effect, it is better than nothing. Eat it. As he spoke, the pill was placed in front of Chu Ci. At this moment, Chu Ci didn't argue. He nodded to Lin Ray and swallowed the pill without hesitation. Hiss. As the medicinal pill entered her mouth, a strange sound suddenly occurred, and a layer of frost began to spread on the surface of Chu Si's body. Not only that, at this moment, Chu Si could feel that her internal organs were currently being corroded by the medicinal power of the frozen cloud pill. Seeing his internal organs being frozen bit by bit, Chu Si became anxious. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that this pill would be so powerful. One had to know that he was a genuine middle-stage God-Emperor expert, yet now, he was being tortured to this extent by a single zone-grade pill. Actually, if it was an ordinary frozen cloud elixir, it would be fine as it wouldn't cause any harm to a god the Arch-Realm cultivator. However, the frozen cloud elixir that Lin Rei refined had 10 elixir markings on it. This kind of elixir could already be said to be perfect. Its medicinal strength was naturally more than 10 times that of an ordinary elixir. Therefore, Lin Rei had already expected that Chu Si would be like this. Ah, that's the effect I want. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was standing in front of Chu Si, chuckled as he saw Chu Si's vitality slowly fading away. Immediately after, the illusory spirit blood fire rushed out of Lin Rei's palm. At this moment, the temperature in the room that was originally filled with cold air started to rise gradually the moment the illusory spirit blood fire appeared. And at this moment, Chu Si, who was being tortured by the frozen cloud elixir to the point of shivering, felt the heat coming from the outside world. Immediately, she realized that this should be the effect of the illusory spirit blood fire. Separate. At this moment, Lin Rei shouted. A small strand of illusory spirit blood fire was separated from the whole body and wrapped by Lin Rei's spiritual energy. The moment that strand of illusory spirit blood fire was separated, the ball of illusory spirit blood fire was absorbed into Lin Rei's body. It's about to start. Conceal your spirit and protect your spiritual platform. You can't cut off your avatar. Once Chu Si's spiritual energy was sent out. Understood. According to Lin Rei's instructions, she operated her cultivation technique and adjusted herself to the best state. Go. So, the strand of illusory spirit blood fire wrapped by Lin Rei's spiritual energy drilled into Chu Si's body in an instant. Hong, the moment the illusory spirit blood fire entered Chu Si's body, strands of green smoke were emitted from the surface of Chu Si's body as if something was on fire. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Chu Si's mouth, echoing throughout the entire room. Perhaps because Linley had set up a formation around the room, Chu Si's miserable scream was completely unable to pass through the room. At this moment, even though Chu Si had the support of the frozen cloud elixir, the illusory spirit blood fire was the most terrifying fire seed in the world. If not for Chu Si being a middle-stage god emperor, Lin Rei would not give it to her. It was not that Lin Rei was unwilling, but he was afraid that the illusory spirit blood fire would burn Chu Si into ashes. But at this moment, Chu Si did not seem any better. Even though he was not burned into ashes, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and a strand of light was swimming in his meridians. Damn! Sensing this, Linley let out a sigh. Alas! Seems like I've underestimated the illusory spirit blood fire. I thought he could withstand a strand of it, but now it seems. Muttering, Lin Rei frowned. At this moment, he was very distressed. If he had known this, he would not have been so anxious. But there was no other way. Now that he was riding a tiger, it was too late to take it back. Looking at Chu Si, Lin Rei did not hide his strength. He took out an ice spirit bead, AI. You brat, you've really picked up a big bargain. Tisk tsk. I'm not willing to use this thing, but I didn't expect to use it on you. Lin Rei said reluctantly, AI. With a sigh, he stuffed the ice spirit bead into Chu Si's mouth as fast as lightning to suppress the temperature of the illusory spirit blood fire. Quick, circulate the ice spirit bead's cold air and freezing air. While the illusory spirit blood fire is being suppressed, quickly refine it. At this moment, Chu Si, who was suffering great torment, heard Lin Rei's voice transmission. Immediately, he did not dare to delay. He circulated the ice spirit blood fire to the extreme, channeling the cold air into his mouth, and began to confront the strand of illusory spirit blood fire. At this moment, one was hot and the other was cold. At this moment, Chu Xi felt that he was going to die. He did not expect that it would be so powerful. At the same time, if he did not give it his all, he could only admit defeat and be burned into ashes. Suppress. Ah! With a roar, endless cold air rushed into his meridians, and started a chase with the illusory spirit blood fire. While Chu Xi was working hard, Lin Rei in the outside world naturally did not stop. At this moment, Chu Xi was thinking about what kind of pills could be used to help the current situation. However, after thinking for a long time, he still could not think of anything. After all, these pills were given to him by the little dragon. Although some of them were pills that he had developed himself, most of them were for improving one's physical strength, mental strength, and soul power. At this moment, Lin Rei was regretting. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked the little dragon for more. No, I remember that I still have a scripture pavilion. At this moment, Lin Rei suddenly remembered that the system had been revived and opened the scripture pavilion. In an instant, Lin Rei's worried expression was swept away. Without thinking, he entered the system and teleported to the entrance of the scripture pavilion. Damn! It's so big. At this moment, standing in front of the scripture pavilion, Lin Rei was shocked. To be honest, this was his first time. If it weren't for the fact that he was looking for a solution for Chu Xi, Lin Rei would have forgotten about it. At this moment, on the signboard above his head, the 3 words Scripture Pavilion were glowing brightly. Lin Li could sense the pressure emanating from those 3 words. Lin Rei knew that he did not have the ability to confront this pressure because the strength of this pressure made him feel inferior. Even if he rode a peace show, he would not be able to catch up. He reached out and pushed the door. In an instant, the moment he entered, a fragrant smell came. Immediately, Lin Rei's mind was refreshed, as if he had been baptized by this fragrance. Damn, this is such a good place. Why did I only come now? Looking at the bookshelves in front of him and the dazzling array of jade slips on them, Lin Rei was mad with joy. Of course, although he was secretly laughing, he knew his mission this time. Thinking of this, Lin Rei shook his head and threw these random thoughts to the back of his mind. Then, he began to spread his consciousness. The names of the jade slips quickly floated through Lin Rei's mind. There were saint-level cultivation techniques, divine-level cultivation techniques, everything. There were even cultivation techniques from the untainted era, such as Time Mirror and Wheel of Time. These were the cultivation techniques of the time and space demon god among the 3,000 demon gods in the untainted era. As the saying goes, time is king and space is emperor. Mastering 2 types of cultivation techniques and laws could be said to be an invincible existence in this world. Of course, this kind of cultivation technique required talent, comprehension, spiritual root, physical body, and so on. These were the basic conditions to practice this cultivation technique. After all, the current human beings did not have a strong physique like the ones born by heaven and earth. Looking at these, he basically glanced through them and only paused for a moment on the time and space cultivation techniques. Then, he continued to search. Time passed little by little. Lin Rei's consciousness had been cultivated before. The consciousness of an emperor god was boundlessly powerful. Even a peak ultimate god cultivator would not dare to say that his consciousness was stronger than Lin Rei's. Perhaps only a saint realm cultivator could be compared to Lin Rei's consciousness. However, even with such a strong consciousness, he still could not find anything after searching for such a long time. He even felt that he had only searched the tip of the iceberg in this scripture depository. Moreover, he sensed that his divine sense had extended for thousands of miles, and all the bookshelves within this area were full of cultivation methods. He didn't see a single book about combat methods, footwork, strange records, alchemy, formations, talismans, or weapon refinement. Seeing this, Chindan had a headache. He really wanted to stay and read slowly, but Chu Ci outside could not afford to wait. System, tell me, is there any way to help Chu Ci absorb that trace of illusory spirit blood fire? Helplessly, the only solution so far was to ask the system. Of course, asking questions came with a price, and the price Lin Rei had to pay was something he was very unwilling to hear. Hee, I thought you wouldn't look for me? The system laughed. However, this laughter was very sinister in Lin Rei's eyes. But there was no other way. How is that possible? How can I not want to ask for advice from an omnipotent system like you? At this time, Lin Rei's tone was very sincere. However, fortunately, the system knew Lin Rei's character. Otherwise, it would have been deceived by his tone and appearance. Alright, same old rules. The system said helplessly, 1 million exchange points. If you can, I'll tell you. If not, you can find it here yourself. Damn it. The voice of 1 million was like a divine thunder hammer, heavily pounding on Lin Rei's heart. 1 million was very important to Lin Rei. Moreover, he might not even have 1 million at the moment. Huff. He let out a long sigh and recovered from the shock in his heart. He looked up and said calmly, I'll give it to you. As soon as he said that, the system laughed and said, I knew you would agree. Hearing this, Lin Rei was speechless. Ding dong, do you want to deduct 1 million exchange points for the method to help Chu Ci? Yes or no? Hearing this song, Lin Rei's mood was very bad, but there was no other way. Yes. Ding dong, the transaction is successful. The method is to find the owner of the illusory spirit blood fire to suppress it and add a high-grade venerable level 9 transformation cloud pill. Stunned, confused, dumbfounded, stunned. At this moment, various expressions flashed across Lin Rei's face. You. Coming back to his senses, Lin Rei thought of the method that the system said. For a moment, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. His voice was so shaky that he could not speak. He could only say, you. As if he was stuttering. Boy, what are you? You have the illusory spirit blood fire. Don't you know how to suppress it? Moreover, the 9 transformation cloud pill is a best grade healing pill. Swallowing the illusory spirit blood fire will cause irreparable damage to the body and meridians. The 9 transformation cloud pill can heal injuries. Wouldn't these 2 methods allow that kid, Chu Ci, to pass through safely? At this point, the system seemed to be teaching Lin Li a lesson. Yes, system, you are really ruthless. 1 million exchange points, you. Oh, okay, go quickly. F***ck, that little guy outside is about to die. If you are late, I'm afraid he will be burned up by the illusory spirit blood fire. The system urged. What? Lin Rei was shocked. At this moment, he felt guilty. Just now, he was quarreling with the system and completely forgot about Chu Ci's current situation. In an instant, Lin Rei withdrew from the system. He saw that there was already smoke rising from Chu Ci's head. It was a sign that she was about to catch fire. Lin Rei felt that the ice spirit bead that he stuffed into Chu Ci's mouth had disappeared. F***ck, I didn't expect that just a trace of the illusory spirit blood fire would be so strong. Even a heavenly treasure like the ice spirit bead is nothing. With that, Lin Rei did not talk nonsense. He knew that if he delayed any longer, Chu Ci would really be beyond saving. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Rei released his cultivation. His right hand was covered in spiritual energy and was already on Chu Ci's back. Chapter 729. Suppress it. In an instant, a huge amount of spiritual energy poured into Chu Si's body and began to suppress the illusory spirit blood fire in his body. At this moment, his other hand was not idle. His divine sense searched the storage ring for the elixir needed to refine the 9 revolving water cloud pill. Fortunately, Lin Rei had collected a lot of experience in the past. Otherwise, Chu Si's life might have really been lost here. After removing the formula of the 9 revolving water cloud pill, the illusory spirit blood fire rushed out of his body and into the furnace. At this moment, Lin Rei did not dare to stay. After preheating the furnace, he hurriedly threw the elixir into the furnace according to the formula of the 9 revolving water cloud pill and began to refine it. The process of refining, fusing, and forming the pill could be said to be as smooth as flowing water. It was done in a single breath without the slightest pause. What was even more shocking was that throughout the entire process, Lin Li helped Chu Si suppress the illusory spirit blood fire while forming pill seals with his hands. It was extremely smooth and extremely fast. One had to know that the 9 revolving water cloud pill was a high-grade venerable level pill. The whole process took less than half an hour to complete. Of course, refining with one hand was naturally not as good as refining with 2 hands. Only 7 elixir patterns appeared on the elixir. Seeing this, Lin Rei sighed in disappointment and said, "Alas. It seems that I have to practice more in the future." If there were other alchemists of the same level as him, if they heard what he said, they would definitely chase after Lin Li all over the world. At this moment, Lin Rei was suppressing the illusory spirit blood fire in Chu Si's body while refining the high-grade venerable level elixir. Both were very good for the body. It would be very difficult for a cultivator who did not have a very good mental strength to do so. Moreover, the whole process took less than half an hour. Even a high-grade venerable level alchemist would be ashamed of their inferiority at this speed. With a sigh, he immediately pinched the elixir and sent it to Chu Si's mouth. He transmitted his voice, "Open your mouth and eat the elixir." Hearing this in his consciousness, Chu Si cooperated and opened his mouth. Suddenly, a chill entered his mouth. Before he could feel it, the chill went down his throat and traveled to his chest until it finally spread to every part of his body. The wounds that were burned by the illusory spirit blood fire have begun to heal. Chu Si came to a realization. With such an effect, other than healing pills, there couldn't be anything else. Don't relax. Next, you have to refine it with all your might. I'll help you suppress it. Remember, you have to be quick. A day has already passed. You still have one more day. All right. Hearing this, Chu Si responded in his heart. Immediately after, he circulated his cultivation technique to the maximum. At this moment, he realized that the illusory spirit blood fire that had been invading his meridians in a tyrannical manner had suddenly calmed down, as if it had sensed something that terrified it. Seeing this, Chu Si seized the opportunity and began to surround the illusory spirit blood fire to refine it. At this moment, Chu Si felt very relaxed. Although pain was unavoidable, every time she was burned, there would be a cooling sensation that would heal her. The cycle repeated endlessly. In the blink of an eye, 2 more paths had passed. This time, the estimated time was 1 day longer. However, there was no other way. There were too many detours on the first day. Moreover, what made Lin Rei's heart ache the most was that he had lost 1 million exchange points. Phew. Sitting cross-legged and refining the illusory spirit blood fire, Chu Si let out a long sigh. A trace of a smile appeared on his face, but his eyebrows were filled with fatigue. However, it was undeniable that Chu Si was very relaxed at this moment. Because the dangerous time had passed. Moreover, just now, he had completely refined the illusory spirit blood fire and integrated it into his own alchemic fire. Oh. It's finally over. Lin Rei sighed. Thank you, young master. At this moment, Chu Si heard Lin Rei's voice behind him. Immediately, he jumped up and bowed deeply to Lin Rei. His face was filled with gratitude. Alas! What am I doing? This is what you deserve. However, I didn't expect that this trace of illusory spirit blood fire would be so strong. It seems that I can't casually give the fire to others in the future. Otherwise, my old bones will be exhausted. As he spoke, Linley didn't forget to cooperate. He bent backwards, and instantly, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. F***ck. In response, Lin Ray could not stop cursing. Ha. Xie Feng chuckled when he saw his young master's reaction. He didn't say anything else and simply stood there. Chu Si's action fell into Lin Ray's mind. Suddenly, Lin Ray said to him snappily, I say, since you've obtained the illusory spirit blood fire, hurry up and refine the elixir. Let me see how much progress you've made. What are you doing there? Oh. Okay. I'll refine it right away. Chu Si replied immediately. Then, Chu Si sat cross-legged and took out a set of elixir formula for the upper-grade Emperor-level Heaven Cloud elixir. Boom! The moment the elixir fire appeared, the temperature in the surroundings began to rise rapidly. Lin Ray, who had been observing Chu Si's elixir fire, found that there were traces of blood-red flames in his elixir fire. Feeling Chu Si's elixir fire at this moment, Lin Ray's face revealed a smile that no one knew. He watched as Chu Si began to make pills. Although her movements were the same as before, Linley could tell that the pills that Chu Si was concocting now had a pill pattern on them. This was already enough. With this kind of progress, as long as Chu Si's flaws in alchemy and some other flaws in alchemy were fixed, he believed that Chu Si's alchemy would at least have 4 or 5 alchemy veins. Of course, this was just a guess. He had not seen Chu Si's performance 10 days later. Time passed little by little. Lin Ray's mind was constantly paying attention to Chu Si's elixir refining technique in his own cauldron. Buzz! A white light rushed out of the cauldron. Lin Ray knew that the elixir was refined. Swoosh! The white light rushed out of the cauldron and landed in the elixir bottle that Chu Si had prepared. Chu Si did not check the elixir he refined immediately. Instead, he closed the lid and came to Lin Ray's side to hand the bottle to Lin Ray. Young master, this is the elixir I refined. Please take a look. Chu Si said timidly. Sigh. Lin Ray did not want to say anything more to Chu Si's reaction. He picked up the bottle and scanned it with his consciousness. At this moment, a white elixir was lying in the bottle. The medicinal fragrance was rich. Lin Ray nodded in satisfaction. On the surface of the elixir was an extremely conspicuous elixir pattern. As expected. At this moment, Lin Ray was a little more certain about Chu Si's elixir refining. Alright, take a look for yourself. With that, Lin Ray casually tossed the bottle to Chu Si. Hiss. Chu Si caught the bottle. Not long after, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The elixir pattern, I refined an elixir pattern. I refined an elixir pattern. At this moment, Chu Si's eyes were wet with excitement. Seeing him so excited, Lin Ray couldn't help but smile. However, this smile was fleeting. Chu Si did not notice it at all. At this moment, all of his attention was on the elixir. He was as happy as a 1,000-year-old child. After a few minutes, seeing that Chu Si was still as excited as before, Lin Ray couldn't help but reprimand him. What, you're satisfied with just this? You think you're amazing? It's good to be happy, but don't be blindly happy. The reason you can refine an elixir with an elixir pattern is all because of that trace of illusory spirit blood fire. Remember, you haven't learned anything about alchemy at all. Don't be as inflexible as you were before. Don't be as stubborn as you were before. Don't be as stubborn as you were before. At this moment, Chu Si was silent. The pride, excitement, and disbelief from before had completely disappeared. At this moment, there was only shame, endless shame. I was wrong, don't say anything else to me. I just want to ask if I can study elixir refining and elixir in the next 10 days. If I can't, then... Lin Rei knew what Chu Xi wanted to say and didn't give him a chance to shut up. Yes, I can. Chu Xi said firmly. Good, in that case, let's begin. Seeing that Chu Xi had returned to his attitude when refining the illusory spirit blood fire, Lin Rei smiled and said, I want you to refine that elixir 20 times. Remember, the elixir recipe is for your reference. Learn and apply it flexibly, understand? Yes. Yes. Chu Xi said with a guilty conscience. With that, a battle of elixir refining began. Seeing Chu Xi working so hard, Lin Rei went to the side. He didn't have the opportunity to refine the elixir 20 times anyway. It would take a lot of time, probably a day. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Rei retreated to the side and began to comprehend formations. The Tao of formations was very strange and could be said to be ever-changing. At this moment, as a venerable grade formation master, it was extremely difficult for Lin Rei to take another step forward. Asterisk boom, wang, boom, asterisk wang. In this way, the room would be filled with the sound of elixir refining every hour or so. This sound lasted for a day and a night. However, what was worth celebrating was that after Chu Xi continuously refined pills, his speed of refining pills had also increased by quite a bit. Originally, refining an upper-grade emperor-grade elixir would take 1.5 hours, but after he kept refining, the time became shorter and shorter. In the end, he finished refining in an hour. At this time, the first task given to him by Lin Rei was also completed. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Phew. Lin Li had been using a strand of divine sense to observe Chu Xi this entire time. After Chu Xi finished her 20th attempt, Lin Li withdrew from his meditative state. How is it? What's the result? Hearing Lin Rei's question, Chu Xi replied, Young master, I can already refine 2 elixir patterns. At this time, Chu Xi was not as excited as before. Instead, she was full of calmness. Her face was very calm and indifferent. Seeing how calm and unhurried he was, Lin Li nodded in satisfaction. Remember, the pill formula may not necessarily be correct. But as an alchemist, you can't succeed overnight. You have to learn to be flexible. Now that you understand these things, in addition to the 3 alchemy techniques I've imparted to you, I trust that in 10 days, you will have made significant progress. Yes, young master, I will remember. In this regard, Chu Xi nodded seriously and then waited for the next instruction. That's it. I'll give you 5 days to refine 4 Dan veins for me. After that, you'll use another 2 days to refine all kinds of Dan veins for me. After that, you'll use the remaining 2 days to learn how to mix and fuse spirit herbs. This is the most basic knowledge for an alchemist. However, it is often the most basic thing. It is indeed the most important thing to learn. Do you remember? Understood, I will start now. Saying that, Chu Xi quickly sat down and began to refine elixirs. Looking at her determined back, Lin Rei smiled. Then, he took out an elixir containing elixirs for refining upper-grade and supreme-grade elixirs from the system and placed it beside Chu Xi. Then, Lin Rei began to meditate again. He had helped Chu Xi as much as he could. Now, it was up to Chu Xi's own efforts. Bang, wang, wang, time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 day left before the alchemy conference. At this moment, in the entire Jade City, the upper echelons of all the major sects had arrived. However, in the area where Lin Rei lived, no one dared to make a ruckus. But beyond that, there was a hubbub of voices and it was bustling. This alchemy conference was very grand and luxurious. The entire alchemy guild was busy. In Lin Rei's room, at this moment, Lin Rei woke up from his meditation. He stood up and stretched his body. Then, he looked at Chu Ci with his divine sense. At this moment, Chu Ci was still refining elixirs. In the past few days, Lin Rei had been paying attention to Chu Ci. Chu Ci was able to refine upper-grade emperor-grade elixirs without exploding his furnace. However, when refining supreme-grade elixirs, Chu Ci's furnace still exploded several times. Moreover, the explosion was very loud. Even Lin Rei was awakened by the explosion. However, he soon went back to meditating. These past few days had been extremely torturous for Chu Ci. Aside from alchemy, there was nothing else she could do. In general, her alchemy skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only that, but even her control over her flames had improved. For this, Chu Ci's gratitude and respect for Lin Li grew even greater. Looking at Chu Ci, Lin Rei did not wake her up. Instead, he came to her side and picked up the elixirs on the ground. Oh, it seems that 4 elixir veins have been stabilized. 5 elixir veins have been refined. Not bad. You can be taught. Looking at the pile of elixir bottles in front of him, Lin Rei nodded with gratification. However, if you can fix all the bad habits and add to your alchemy experience, you may be able to refine better elixirs. However, it's enough for tomorrow's alchemy conference. Wang. At this moment, the roar of the elixir furnace was heard. In response, Lin Rei's face revealed a smile. Phew, finally refined. Fortunately, the furnace did not explode this time. Chu Ci said to herself. Chapter 730. How was it? What's the result? Lin Rei asked from behind Chu Ci. Ah. Young master. Chu Ci, who was in a state of excitement after successfully refining the pill, was startled when he heard Lin Rei's voice. He quickly stood up and greeted respectfully. Alright, what pill did you refine that made you so excited? Tell me about it. Lin Rei asked curiously. To tell the truth, Lin Li had already guessed what pill Chu Ci had refined when he asked about the pill fragrance in the air. He had only said this to indirectly praise Chu Ci. Yes. Young master. Chu Ci quickly replied, it's the heavenly stellar pill, a top-grade emperor-level pill. It's used to give a body refinement cultivator an opportunity to break through, an heavenly stellar pill. TSK, not bad at all. Lin Rei was naturally familiar with the pill formula and effects of the heavenly stellar pill, so he didn't wait for Chu Ci to finish speaking before interrupting him. Give it to me, let me see its quality. Lin Rei stretched out his hand and asked. Yes, young master. Chu Ci didn't hesitate at all. She respectfully handed the pill in her hand to Lin Li, asking for his guidance. Receiving the pill, Lin Rei scanned it with his divine sense. Immediately, 4 pill veins appeared and the medicinal fragrance was very rich. The finished product was 3/10 of his own. Seeing this, Lin Rei smiled and muttered in his heart, brat, luckily I didn't waste my 1 million exchange points, otherwise, would have ripped you apart. Although he said this in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. Not bad, but remember, don't be impatient. There's still a long way to go. After this alchemy conference, go into seclusion for 100 years. If you can't break through 9 pill veins and become a low-grade emperor-level alchemist, then go to the ancient corpse vault and feed the corpse king, do you hear me? Ah. Chu Ci's face was already gloomy. The mission Lin Rei gave him was difficult for most people to accomplish, but Lin Rei believed in him. He believed that he could do it, and even do better, as long as he worked hard. As a result, he made this request so that he could reach his standards faster so that he could enter the saints' world in the future. He could also leave some of the matters here to him. This was Lin Rei's recognition, trust, and affirmation of him. At the same time, this was also a kind of responsibility, a responsibility that could not be shirked. Seeing him like this, Lin Rei's face darkened. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, I can. No, 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 I'm willing. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Chu Xi was shocked and hurriedly accepted. At the same time, Chu Xi was vexed. He didn't know if his 100 years of beauty was enough, because breaking through to the first level of alchemy was no joke. As an alchemist, he was very clear about this. Lin Rei naturally knew about Chu Xi's worries, but he didn't say anything. Alright, you'll spend the next day familiarizing yourself with it. Tomorrow, beat those trash to the ground and let them know what alchemy is. Do you understand? Lin Rei said proudly. Yes, I understand. A trace of a smile appeared on Chu Xi's face. Lin Li's words just now indicated that he had already acknowledged his pill refining skills. Thus, how could he not be excited? Go. Glancing at him, Chu Xi waved his hand and removed all the formations in the surroundings, allowing him to leave. Lin Rei himself sat on the bed and looked at Chu Xi's back. After leaving his room, Lin Rei once again sealed his room with a formation. In the room, Lin Rei sighed and came to the side of the alchemy furnace. Looking at the heaven and earth Huayu, Lin Rei sighed. Huayu, you've been with me for so many years. Now that I don't need a furnace for my alchemy realm, following me will only make you feel wronged. The moment it heard Lin Rei's words, the heaven and earth Huayu shook violently, as if it was saying, it's not wronged. I'm very happy to follow you, even if I can't refine pills, as long as I follow you. Sigh. Feeling the heaven and earth Huayu's aura, Lin Rei hurriedly said, No, you're my comrade, my brother, and my assistant. I know very well what an alchemy furnace will become if it's not influenced by alchemy aura. Moreover, it's time for me to help you level up. Wang. The sudden trembling startled Lin Rei. He hurriedly reached out and circulated his spiritual energy to calm it down. Alright, this matter is settled. You've seen that young man just now. I believe he won't humiliate you in the future. Moreover, he already has my illusory spirit blood fire. Although it's only a little, but he's always been good. I believe he'll have great achievements in the alchemy realm in the future. I believe he'll definitely make your name known throughout the divine world and even the holy world. As he spoke, Lin Li took out the Empyrean sand from his storage ring, as well as the violet gold meteorite iron and some extremely precious forging materials. Lin Li had collected all of these over the years, and some of them had been found in the storage rings of others. At this moment, any one of the refining materials in Lin Rei's hands would cause rivers of blood to flow and mountains of corpses to form a sea of blood. This was because the items here were priceless and couldn't be bought. Moreover, some of the items here couldn't even be found in the divine world. It was conceivable that if these items appeared in the divine world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Today, I'll successfully promote you to a supreme-grade divine artifact. I'll let you enjoy endless admiration. Lin Rei said excitedly as he looked at the heaven and earth Huayu in front of him. Wang. The heaven and earth Huayu shook twice. This time, Lin Rei could feel that the heaven and earth Huayu was full of excitement. It seemed that it had accepted his proposal. Seeing this, Lin Rei smiled. I hope the supreme-grade divine artifact can produce a good spirit. Boom, the mirage bloodfire suddenly charged out of his body. Staring at the blazing, heart-shaking flames, Lin Li didn't hesitate at all. He immediately tossed the Empyrean sand and the violet gold meteorite into the mirage bloodfire, beginning to remove the impurities. The purple gold meteoric iron was a sacred-grade material. Even Lin Rei himself didn't have much of it. Moreover, it was a reward from the system when he completed a task in the past. Originally, he wanted to upgrade the Martial Emperor Divine Spear. However, thinking that he had already given the spear to his son, he didn't touch it. So, the purple gold meteoric iron was left in the ring. PFFF. As a saint-level material, it was not easy to refine the purple gold meteorite iron. If it was an ordinary flame, a core flame, or a heavenly flame, it would take at least 5 days or even longer to refine the purple gold meteorite iron. However, Linley's illusory spirit blood fire was a type of flame of extreme een in the world. As the only one in the world, how could those small exotic flames with spiritual intelligence be compared to it? Time passed bit by bit. 3 hours later, there were no signs of me melting at first, but now, there were finally signs of me melting. Ah. Well, there's still one night. I hope I can make it in time. Lin Ray looked outside and became anxious. The reason he had done this was so that he could give the worldly Huayu to Chu Ci. Originally, Linley had been thinking of casually giving him a deity-level pill furnace, but after some thought, he decided against it. In the end, he thought of his own worldly Huayu, which was why this scene had occurred. Slowly, while the purple gold meteoric iron was being refined, Lin Ray said that he would refine it for 10 hours. He waited from day to evening. At this time, the purple gold meteoric iron was finally completely melted. The impurities in it were also completely removed. Seeing the pure violet molten iron appear, Linley couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Hee, now let's watch this noble one show off. As he spoke, Linley placed the violet molten metal into the container he had prepared. And then, he tossed all of the remaining top-grade divine artifacts into the illusory blood fire. Once more, he began to remove the impurities. This time, Linley took a shorter time. The reason why the violet gold meteorite took so long was because it was both a saint-grade material and a very high-grade saint-grade artifact. Thus, PFFF, after 3 hours, 16 pieces of the purple gold meteoric iron appeared in the prepared vessel. At this moment, a smile appeared on Lin Ray's face. But this smile only appeared for a moment, because the next step was the most important step. If this step was not completed, not only would the materials be wasted, but the grade of the worldly magnificent space would also be affected. Lin Ray did not want this kind of loss to happen. He did not want to see the worldly magnificent space appear, and he did not want his materials to be destroyed. No matter what, Lin Ray did not want to see it happen. Ha! Cloud weapon hand. Linley let out a loud shout. Immediately, he struck out with one spell after another. A heaven and earth splendor condensed from spiritual energy appeared. Then, Linley took out all the equipment he had prepared and instantly fused them into the heaven and earth splendor. Pung! A loud sound could be heard. The moment the fused materials fused into the worldly magnificent space, Lin Ray stood up and stretched out his hand. Filled with the spiritual energy of a middle-stage god emperor, he slapped the worldly magnificent space. Peng peng peng, peng peng peng. For a moment, only the sound of Lin Ray slapping the worldly magnificent space was left in the room. And at this moment, the worldly magnificent space underwent a qualitative change under Lin Ray's slapping. It could be seen that the quality of the worldly magnificent space was increasing rapidly. This speed, if it was seen by the outside world, would definitely be scared to death. Although the worldly magnificent space was only increasing in grade, it had now increased by 1 grade to the peak of the middle stage god weapon. But at this moment, the speed of improvement did not stop. At this moment, the originally red light began to slowly transform into a purple light. Heavenly crystal weapon refining hand, condense for me. For a moment, Lin Ray's slapping speed became faster and faster. And amidst the mixed slapping sounds, a vague sense of order was slowly forming. Peng. Peng peng, peng peng. Peng. Peng peng peng, quickly. Let me see what the effect of a supreme grade god weapon will be like. At this moment, the color of the worldly magnificent space's surface turned into a light purple color. For a moment, Lin Ray's face revealed a smile. At this moment, the worldly magnificent space had once again increased in grade to the peak of the upper stage god weapon. It was just a step away from becoming a supreme grade god weapon. But the gap between the two was like a chasm between the heavens and earth. It was simply too difficult for ordinary people to overcome it. The road ahead was bumpy. One heavenly primordial water, this time it's up to you. Looking at the color of the pill furnace and the aura that was slowly increasing, Lin Rei casually took out the one heavenly primordial water that could help to increase the grade of the weapon refining. Then, without hesitation, he merged it into the worldly magnificent space. Bzzz, boom. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. A portrait of mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts suddenly appeared in the sky above the worldly magnificent space. And among them, a little person in red clothes suddenly appeared. Weapon spirit? The moment he saw the little person, Lin Rei's heart trembled. Then, he immediately increased the smelting speed. Boom, the illusory spirit blood fire increased in intensity. Instantly, the entire worldly magnificent space was enveloped in blood-red flames, and the smelting speed increased. Time passed little by little. The worldly magnificent space and the weapon spirit were successfully smelted under Lin Rei's expectations. The weapon is done. Whoosh. The supreme grade divine weapon, worldly magnificent space, was successfully smelted by Lin Rei. A purple light instantly shot up into the sky and into the clouds. Rumble. Rumble, a thundercloud formed the moment the purple light shot up into the clouds. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Jade City. SSS. Quick. Quick, look. Tribulation cloud. Is someone undergoing a tribulation? At this moment, the pressure of the thundercloud appeared. All the cultivators and ordinary people in Jade City immediately took the lead to look at it. TSK, idiot. That's not a tribulation. It's purple tribulation clouds. That's a tribulation cloud that can only be triggered by a divine weapon. Moreover, it's a divine weapon of extremely high quality. It can be seen that someone in Jade City has refined a terrifying divine weapon. Oh. Could it be the Blacksmith Guild? At this moment, after hearing the explanation, everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the Blacksmith Guild. However, the Blacksmith Guild was the same as everyone else. It was just that they were a little busy. At this moment, the president of the Blacksmith Guild, Lu Rufeng, was very excited as he looked at the tribulation cloud in the sky. At the same time, he ordered the people around him, "Quick, go and investigate. We must find this person who can make a supreme grade divine weapon. We must recruit him into our guild. Then, our guild will be able to shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yes, I will go now." Hearing the order, the middle-aged man disappeared from the room in a flash. As for the person who had caused all of this, Linley, right now, he was in his own room, admiringly stroking the purple heaven and earth splendor. Lin Rei didn't care about the tribulation cloud outside at all because he had already informed Xia Feng to get rid of the thundercloud above her head. To her, it was just a matter of a snap of her fingers. As the only work that he was satisfied with so far, how could Lin Rei bear to let it be baptized by the tribulation cloud? Chapter 731. After receiving Lin Rei's message, Xia Feng shook her head with a bitter smile. She muttered to herself, "I didn't expect that I, a Saint Realm expert and the clan leader of the ancient Phoenix tribe, would become a professional fighter for a godly realm junior. If the saints of the ancient era knew about this, they would be so shocked that they would crawl out of their graves." However, even so, Xia Feng still did as she was told. The talent that Lin Rei displayed and the speed at which he improved his cultivation were too terrifying. This would be a great help for her revenge. Most importantly, she had a good impression of Lin Rei. Feeling the rolling thunder clouds in the sky, Xia Feng curled the corner of her mouth and showed a trace of disdain. She walked out of the room and looked up at the thunder clouds in the sky. Actually, Fei Hong was nothing in front of her. "Lord of the ancient Phoenix tribe, break for me." Her voice was very loud, but no one in Xiong City heard it. However, at this moment, the thunder clouds that were forming in the sky were slowly releasing a pressure that made people's souls tremble. However, with Xia Feng's shout, the thunder clouds disappeared inexplicably. When they came, they were loud and powerful, but when they left, they were silent. Ha! At least you know what's good for you. Xia Feng nodded and muttered. At this moment, the people in Xiong City couldn't stay calm. One should know that the thunder clouds had just formed, but now they disappeared inexplicably. At this moment, some of the higher-ups of the top forces thought of several possibilities. First, it was dispelled by an expert. Second, the supreme-grade divine artifact was destroyed, and the thunder clouds disappeared inexplicably. At this moment, the higher-ups subconsciously chose the latter. The divine artifact was destroyed because of intelligence. If the thunder clouds were dispelled by force, how powerful must the person be? This was something that they didn't allow and didn't want to see. However, this was the truth. Xia Feng's strength was something that they could never reach in their lifetime. Even if they succeeded one day, by then, Xia Feng would be standing at a higher position. For a time, this matter became the topic of discussion for the people of Jade City. It became a topic of discussion for the people of Jade City, and it became a contrast to the alchemy conference. Lin Rei had no idea what was going on outside. At this moment, he was hugging the supreme-grade divine artifact that he had refined happily. In the room, Lin Rei was hugging the supreme-grade divine artifact that he had forged himself. There was an indescribable joy on his face. My current equipment refinement realm is already at the perfection stage of the Exalt realm. If I work hard and attain the Saint realm, then... When he thought of this, Lin Rei couldn't help but fantasize. He fantasized about being able to refine a saint-level Dharma artifact, and so on. Bang! A strange sound immediately pulled Lin Rei back to reality. At this moment, he hurriedly put away his smile and returned to his usual calm expression. Bang! A strange sound rang out again. For the first time, Lin Rei realized that someone was trying to break through the array formation that he had set up outside. Interesting. Who is it? At this moment, he really wanted to see who was so bold as to break through the array that he had set up. There were generally two ways to break an array formation. First, one could find the eye of the array. However, this method was generally not understood by ordinary people except for the same array formation master. The second method was to break it with force. Just like the mysterious person outside at this moment, she was breaking it with force. She wanted to use absolute force to break the array formation that was set up by an Exalt Realm expert. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was slightly interested, opened the door and took a look. In an instant, Lin Rei was stunned on the spot. At this moment, the person who had broken through the array formation was none other than Xia Feng. Seeing her break through the array formation with interest, Lin Rei suddenly felt a headache coming on. He knew how powerful the evil phoenix was. With a casual wave of her hand, she would be able to break through the formation he had broken. And this was through brute force. But Lin Li didn't understand why she had to do this even though she clearly knew how to set up formations. Maybe it was because it was too boring. Lin Rei hurriedly threw this thought to the back of his mind. Then, he withdrew the array formation. Xia Feng also appeared at the door. Xia Feng, what are you doing? Are you deliberately causing trouble? Lin Rei was speechless. I have nothing to do. Don't worry, I just wanted to see how big your array formation was. I didn't want to break it. You can rest assured. Lin Rei was even more speechless after hearing this. She didn't want to break the array formation, but just now, she clearly saw that his array formation was on the verge of collapse. This, however, Lin Rei's frown was exposed. He immediately echoed, yes, yes, yes. As he spoke, Lin Rei walked to the side. Next to him was Chu Si's room. He had prepared the pill furnace that he had refined and handed it over to her. There were less than 2 hours left until the alchemy conference. Looking at the time, Lin Rei heaved a sigh of relief. He was indescribably happy. At the same time, he was very happy that he had refined a top-grade divine artifact. Hey! Where are you going? I came here to see the divine artifact that you refined. If you leave, what am I going to see? Xia Feng couldn't help but say as she watched Lin Rui walk away step by step. Looking at Lin Rui's back, Xia Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. However, Lin Rui didn't notice this at all. At this moment, Lin Rui's only thought was to give heaven and earth Huayu to Chu Ci. This was the thing that he wanted to do the most right now. Lin Rui was very close to Chu Ci's room. They were only separated by a wall. Arriving at the door, he knocked and said, Chu Ci. Jia. In less than 3 breaths of time, the door opened and Lin Rui looked at Lin Rui with a solemn expression. Her eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Young master, please come in. Chu Ci made an inviting gesture and bowed respectfully. Okay. In response, Lin Rui smiled and stepped into the room. After arriving at the place where he was sitting, he sat down. With a bang, the door was closed. Chu Ci quickly walked over to Lin Rui. She didn't speak anymore. Looking at her, Lin Rui nodded and said, Before, I said that I would give you an alchemy furnace. I wanted to wait until after this, but after thinking about it, you're about to participate in the alchemy conference. During this period of time, you've been using my heaven and earth Huayu to barely refine pills with 5 patterns. Of course, most of them will still fail. So, in order to prevent you from dying too early in the alchemy conference, I refined the heaven and earth Huayu again last night and finally raised its grade to the peak of the late divine tool stage. It's only 1 step away from perfection. The ancient said that a single thought could lead one to heaven and hell. A single thought could lead one to Buddha and a single thought could lead one to devil. It was only a single thought, but it was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Dong, after saying that, a huge cauldron with 3 purple lights appeared. At this moment, Chu Ci was dumbfounded. At the same time, she was bathed in a sea of happiness. Looking at the heaven and earth Huayu in front of her, Chu Ci's heart was filled with anticipation and desire. At this moment, she couldn't wait to refine pills and see the effects of this cauldron. Hee. Seeing the desire in Chu Ci's eyes, Lin Rui smiled and said, All right, we don't have time to wait for you to get used to it. Quickly, drip your blood on it and let's go to the alchemy conference. It's about to start, yes, young master. Hearing this, Chu Ci nodded repeatedly. She walked up to the heaven and earth Huayu and squeezed out a drop of blood from her finger. Then, she dripped it on the heaven and earth Huayu. Wang, at this moment, the moment Chu Ci's blood touched the heaven and earth Huayu, a purple light rushed into Chu Ci's mind, carrying all the information of the heaven and earth Huayu. The heaven and earth Huayu was forged by heaven and earth. Later, Lin Rui used the illusory spirit blood fire to refine it into a supreme divine tool. The current heaven and earth Huayu has a 20% success rate when refining pills. Hiss. After receiving the information and examining it, Chu Ci couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Her face was filled with shock. A 20% success rate. She had never heard of such a probability. How could she not be excited about such a furnace? How could she not be excited? How could she not be excited? How could she not forget about herself? Heh. Seeing the shock and excitement on Chu Ci's face, Lin Rui couldn't help but raise his head with a proud expression. However, thinking about the alchemy conference, Lin Rui immediately said, Let's go. Let's go to the alchemy conference. Bring me the first place this time. Okay. Seeing her young master like this, Chu Ci was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. If the chance of winning the first place was 60% before, then the chance now was 90%. With that said, the two of them walked out of the room and soared into the sky, rushing towards the Alchemy Guild. It could be said that Linley was very familiar with the Alchemist Guild. Within a few minutes, he had arrived. And this was after Linley had lowered his speed. Otherwise, he would have arrived in an instant. Above the Alchemy Guild, Lin Rui, who had just arrived, looked at the sea of people below and frowned. His face was filled with contemplation. "Young master, what's wrong?" Chu Xi asked. No, nothing. Let's go." With that said, he brought Chu Xi to the Alchemy Guild. After showing the Danzong Sect's president, they entered the Alchemy Guild without any obstructions. The current state of the Alchemy Guild was different from the outside. There was a sea of people outside, but it was different inside. The atmosphere was very heavy, and the smell of gunpowder was very thick. It was as if a war could break out at any time, causing the deities to tense up. "We've arrived at the Danzong Sect." Just as Lin Rei and Chu Xi entered the Alchemy Guild, a sudden voice rang out. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Rei and Chu Xi standing at the entrance. Looking at everyone's gazes, Lin Rei's face was calm as if he didn't see them at all. He said to Chu Xi, "Remember, you've only made the worldly splendor recognize you as its master. You haven't really controlled it yet. So, the main thing you need to do when you return this time is to completely refine the worldly splendor. Then, quickly go into seclusion. Like I said before, don't come out until you've become a lower zone level alchemist." "Oh, right, you only have 100 years. At this moment, everyone saw that Lin Rei didn't have any intention of giving them a chance. Immediately, they all pointed their spears at Lin Rei and Chu Xi. "Oh, they've really fallen behind. I didn't expect the Danzong Sect to only send 2 kids. It seems like they can no longer bear the title of one of the 7 sections. It's time for a change." Right at this moment, a slightly chubby old man with a white beard and a sharp, unkind look on his face suddenly stood up and spoke to Lin Li and Bibi. And this old man was one of those eyes. At this moment, he was very unhappy with Lin Rei and Chu Xi. He didn't expect to be ignored. He was not the only one. Beside him, there was an extremely thin and small old man. His eyes were shining, and the majestic spiritual energy in his body was being suppressed. When he saw the fat old man stand up, he immediately followed suit and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. Yes, the juniors nowadays don't know anything. Really, yes, it seems that the Danzong Sect has really declined. They actually sent 2 kids here." At this moment, one of the 2 old men stood up. Immediately, everyone present began to point at Lin Rei and Chu Xi. Their faces were full of disdain, and their eyes were full of ridicule and disgust. "You all." Chu Xi heard all the discussions of the crowd. For a moment, Chu Xi's face turned cold. He released his middle-stage God Emperor cultivation, and a terrifying pressure immediately pressed down on everyone present. What? This. In just a short moment, those old men who mocked Lin Rei and Chu Xi felt the terrifying aura released by the people from the Danzong Sect. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were full of disbelief and shock. They didn't expect such a young person to have such a terrifying aura. And those who were able to come here were all God Emperors. They were also elders and leaders of the 7 sects and 1st and 2nd grade sections. I don't care what sect you are from. Remember, don't talk about my young master. If I hear it again, the consequences will be the same as his. Chu Xi's expression was ice cold as he pointed at the fat old man who had opened his mouth first. Immediately, a murderous aura charged out. His body flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. His entire body was just like a ghost as he completely disappeared from this place. What? This sudden scene stunned everyone present. They didn't expect this young man in front of them to kill so decisively. Brat, our cultivations are about the same. And I've been a middle-stage God Emperor for a long time. I can only say that you are very stupid to want to fight with me. The plump old man sneered. He then moved. But at this moment, just as his face was filled with disdain and his mouth was cursing, a figure appeared behind him. This figure was Chu Xi. At this moment, Chu Si held a cold sword against the neck of the plump old man. The aura of death spread across the entire body of the plump old man. Remember, don't stand out in your next life. Don't look down on others because there are some people you can't afford to offend. Pu Si. One could see a blood sword shooting out from the neck of the plump old man. How is this possible? It was just a moment. The plump old man didn't even have time to react. He felt his life force rapidly flowing away. The cultivation of these two seems to be at the same level. To be able to kill him in a single move, what kind of strength is this? Chapter 732. Chu Si's decisiveness was ruthless, causing everyone present to fall into silence and into deep fear. Everyone present was self-aware. They all knew that their strength was comparable to the fat old man. Even though some were slightly stronger, they were only slightly stronger. Facing an expert who could kill a middle-stage god emperor in a single move, how could they be impudent? All of you, if I hear any malicious words about my young master from your mouths, then, the next time, it will not be as simple as killing. No matter how powerful your sects are, you must believe that I have the ability to make your sects disappear from this world completely. I will do what I say. See, once these words were spoken, everyone could not help but take in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with fear, shock, and disbelief. They had never thought that a sect that had always prided itself on refining pills would actually have such combat strength. Furthermore, he was so young. They could not help but reevaluate their understanding of the sect at the bottom of the 7 sections. At this moment, no one dared to place the Danzong sect at the bottom of the 7 sections. Alright, Chu Si. We are here to participate in the pill refining competition. There is no need to make things so awkward, right? At this moment, Lin Rei, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Once these words were spoken, everyone looked at him with gratitude. They were currently in a difficult situation. Now that Lin Rei said these words, it was clear that he was giving them a way out. Immediately, everyone laughed in agreement. Yes. Yes. Just now, I was the one who was waiting for you. Please don't take offense. After saying that, the thin old man hurriedly came forward and took out a jade box from his storage ring. He bowed respectfully and handed it to Lin Rei. With a trembling voice, he said respectfully, that Dao friend, I have offended you previously. This is a bottle of flame stones. As a pill refiner, you should know its effects. It can be used to refine the flame fire pill. Please accept it. Once these words were spoken, everyone present looked at him strangely. Their eyes were filled with disdain, but at the same time, they were filled with admiration. Because this was what they wanted to do. For these people who had been in high positions for many years, they especially cherished their lives. Moreover, in their minds, they would rather be on good terms with such an expert than offend him. *CK, I was too late. That old brat is really... At this time, another person who was also watching could not help but roar in his heart when he saw the skinny old man in such a state. How can I accept this? Lin Rei naturally knew about the flame stone. Moreover, coincidentally, he was in need of such an item. Moreover, the flame pill was a saint-grade elixir. Not only could it improve one's physical body, it could also increase one's cultivation. For the current Lin Rei, it was just what he needed. Lin Rei had a smile on his face as he watched the skinny and small man press the flame stone. Although he said that he was embarrassed, he had already taken the flame stone. When he received it, Lin Rei could feel the strength of the skinny old man's hand. He was very reluctant to part with it, but he had no choice. Of course, Lin Rei naturally did not refuse this gift. Haha. The skinny old man laughed and hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist, this old man is the 6th elder of the Rain Sect. It is truly my fortune to meet you today. I hope that you will have the opportunity to visit my Rain sect. I, Yu Qingkong, will definitely treat you well as a good host. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. When he heard the last sentence, Lin Rei was stunned. Similarly, not only was Lin Rei stunned, everyone present was stunned because this sentence had many meanings. Alright, fellow Taoist you, this lord will definitely go to the Rain sect. At that time, I hope that fellow Taoist you will guide me. In the eyes of others, this was Lin Rei being polite. However, it was not. For another mission, Lin Rei just happened to be able to use their Rain sect. Good. Yu Qingkong will definitely wait for fellow Taoist's arrival. After saying that, Yu Qingkong retreated to the side with a smile on his face and did not say anything else. Fellow Taoist, I am Zhuge Ho of the Sword Sect. This lord obtained this in a secret realm. It is useless to me. At this time, as soon as Yu Qingkong left, a middle-aged man walked up with a jade box in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment. However, the moment his divine sense swept over the jade box, the system spoke. Kid, hurry up and bring it over. With it, the system can be upgraded again. At that time, even more powerful things will be unlocked. Hurry up. What? Hearing this, Lin Rei was shocked. He could not help but covet the jade box in Zhuge Ho's hand. Because this was related to the system's upgrade, Lin Rei naturally would not let it go. Even if Zhuge Ho did not give it to him, Lin Rei would think of a way to get it. Even if he had to snatch it, he would not hesitate. Hurry up, you must get it. Remember, no matter the cost, even if you have to kill it. At this moment, he could feel the system's terrifying murderous intent. At this moment, the system was serious. All right. Lin Rei replied. Then, he came back to his senses and looked at the jade box in Zhuge Ho's hand with a burning gaze. In the next moment, everything around him seemed to disappear, including Zhuge Ho. At this moment, in Lin Rei's world, only the jade box was left. At this time, Zhuge Ho did not know that Lin Rei was so fond of the jade box in his hand that he had the urge to kill him. However, because of his eyes, his heart was still beating like a drum. Brother Lin Rei, I like this item of yours. How about this? I will not let you lose out. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I, Lin Rei, can do it, even if it's a star, I will get it for you. Oh, you must be joking. At this moment, Zhuge Ho was overjoyed. To be honest, he was not sure whether the item in the jade box was good or not. This was because ever since he obtained it, he had studied it for thousands of years. However, he still could not find anything. Originally, he wanted to try his luck, but he did not expect to get it right. Brother Lin, you can take this item. It's his honor that this item can help you. After saying that, Zhuge Ho handed the item to Lin Rei. Okay. Lin Rei was determined to get the item in front of him. Therefore, he did not feel embarrassed and immediately took it and sent it into the system. Looking at Zhuge Ho, Lin Rei thought for a moment. Then, he took out a high-grade divine weapon from his storage ring and handed it to Zhuge Ho. He said, Brother Zhuge, the item you gave me is very important to me, but I will not let you lose out. This is the Ice Frost Sword. I casually refined it in my spare time. Please don't dislike it. What? This is a high-grade divine weapon? At this moment, Zhuge Ho's eyes widened and he was shocked. In the realm of the gods, high-grade divine weapons were only owned by the sect leaders of the major sections. As for supreme-grade divine weapons, they were regarded as the most precious treasures of the sections. Now, the young man in front of him casually took out a high-grade divine weapon and refined it casually. At this moment, Zhuge Ho knew that his actions just now were very clear and worth it. Yes, why? You don't like it? Seeing Zhuge Ho's reaction, Lin Rei quickly said, how about this? When the alchemy conference is over, I will refine a supreme-grade divine weapon for you. how about this, hiss. As soon as Lin Li said this, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. In the sect, only the high elders were permitted to use a top-grade divine artifact. Not even the sect leader was permitted to use one. But now, a blind young man was giving one away so easily. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Although they still did not believe it, seeing a high-grade divine weapon casually gave away made them feel at ease. At this moment, Zhuge He was so excited that he laughed. Although he did not believe that Lin Rei could really refine a supreme-grade divine weapon, he was full of expectations for Lin Rei. If it's possible. Originally, Zhuge He wanted to refuse, but it was a supreme-grade divine weapon. Under such temptation, Zhuge He did not refuse. Well, in that case, when the alchemy conference is over, you can go back with me. Anyway, I have a friend with the surname Zhuge. Maybe you two know each other? Oh. At this moment, Zhuge He was also looking forward to it. Well, in that case, let's hurry up and get ready. The conference is about to start. Seeing that the time had come, Lin Rei said. Then, he found a quiet place with few people and sat down. As for Zhuge He, he followed Lin Rei to a place and sat side by side with him. As for the sword master, when he saw Zhuge He, he quickly stood up and stood behind him respectfully. Look, it's Lu Yu from the Alchemy Guild. The middle-grade Grandmaster Alchemist is here. Right at this moment, as soon as Lin Li sat down, a strange sound suddenly rang out, and within this strange sound, a name attracted everyone's attention. Lu Yu? Of course, Lin Rei was familiar with this name. Wasn't this the old man who had exchanged the Eye of Tendo for the 9 revolving water cloud pill? Looking at the expectant and admiring eyes of the crowd, Lin Rei could not help but shake his head and sigh. And Lin Rei's action was noticed by Zhuge He, who was beside him, and suddenly, he was shocked. One should know that everyone present was looking forward to Lu Yu, including him. However, Lin Rei did not have any expression of anticipation at all. In fact, Zhuge He even saw a trace of disdain at the corner of Lin Rei's mouth. At this moment, his curiosity about Lin Rei was even stronger. Master Lu Yu, this alchemy conference, what do you think will be big? Just as everyone was asking Lu Yu questions, Lu Yu's eyes swept around. When his eyes swept over Lin Rei in an empty corner, Lu Yu could not help but say, big. But just as the word big came out of his mouth, Lin Rei frowned and immediately transmitted a message to stop him. Shut up, I don't want others to know who I am. Hearing this, Lu Yu's face lit up and he quickly changed his words. His eyes revealed a smile as he said to the crowd, hello everyone, welcome to the alchemy conference organized by the Alchemy Guild. Clap, clap, clap. There was a round of applause, and some people even whistled. Good, most of the alchemists here have been nurtured by the various sects with all their might, so this time, there will be a change in the reward for the first place. Lu Yu looked at the crowd with a mysterious smile. What is it, Master Lu Yu? Hurry up and say it, what is the reward for the first place? That's right, Master Lu Yu. Hurry up and say it, the flowers have withered from waiting. At this moment, everyone's curiosity was completely piqued by Lu Yu. Seeing that everyone was so curious, Lu Yu chuckled and said, well, since everyone is curious, I won't hide it. This alchemy conference is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a knockout competition. The participants will refine a middle-grade royal grade elixir. Whoever can refine the best middle-grade royal grade elixir will win. The second round is a duel. The winner will challenge the other person to an alchemy competition. Just like the previous round, whoever refines the best elixir will win. The third round will be held by the last person to refine the elixir according to the specified elixir. Similarly, whoever refines the best elixir will be the final winner. The final winner will receive a supreme grade divine artifact, 10,000 cauldrons, a purple bamboo vine, and a chance to enter the Alchemy Guild. The Alchemy Guild will do its best to nurture the winner. What? This. At this moment, when Lu Yu mentioned the first place's reward, everyone couldn't remain calm. Even Zhuge He, who was sitting beside Lin Rei, couldn't remain calm. In everyone's eyes, whether it was a supreme-grade divine artifact, elixir, or a chance to enter the alchemy guild, any one of these three things would make everyone envious. As for Lin Rei, he was stunned when he heard the rewards. Lin Rei didn't care about the supreme-grade divine artifact and the chance to enter the alchemy guild. However, Lin Rei was slightly interested in the elixir. After all, elixirs were rare in the divine world. Now that he needed to increase his cultivation, the divine world's elixirs couldn't satisfy his needs. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. It's time. Let the alchemy conference officially begin. There are 16 alchemists participating in the alchemy competition. Hurry up and enter. As he spoke, 16 middle-aged men and women walked into the alchemy guild. The 16 of them looked at their opponents with arrogance and disdain. Surprisingly, Chu Si's figure was among them. However, unlike the others who were secretly competing with each other, Chu Si had her eyes tightly shut as she concentrated on calming her mind. She planned to use her best state of mind to face the upcoming challenge. Lu Yu, who was now in charge, looked at the 16 alchemists and smiled. He said, "All right, let's not talk nonsense. Everyone, let's begin." Dong. 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 At his command, the 16 alchemists took out their alchemy furnaces. In an instant, the entire alchemy guild was filled with jewels and jewels. What? That's... Just as the jewels and jewels were shining, a person with strong eyesight stared blankly at the purple alchemy furnace next to one of the 16 alchemists. What's wrong? At this moment, the person who was sitting with the person who spoke asked immediately. Quick. Quick, look over there. Without turning his head, he pointed at the place where Chu Si was sitting. His voice was trembling and his face was filled with excitement. What? The old man turned his head impatiently and looked in the direction he was pointing at. In the next moment, the old man's eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and excitement. Chapter 733. Supreme Grade Divine Weapon. That's a Supreme Grade Divine Weapon. Finally, the title of Supreme Grade Divine Weapon attracted everyone's attention to the worldly splendor space beside Chu Si. At this moment, everyone could see the greed in their eyes. They did not try to hide it at all. But what they didn't notice was that Linley, who was sitting in the corner, saw the greedy looks in their eyes. Linley's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a murderous aura filled his entire body. Zhuge He, who was sitting at the side, had the same reaction as everyone else. It was a supreme-grade divine artifact. It was something that all the major sects were envious of and longed for, let alone him. However, when he felt the murderous aura around him that made his soul tremble, he immediately shivered and the greed in his eyes disappeared. Zhuge He, who had recovered, glanced at Lin Rei from the corner of his eyes. Then, he looked at the contestant with a supreme-grade divine weapon. In the next moment, Zhuge He was stunned. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of excitement. Because he saw that the owner of the supreme-grade divine weapon was Chu Si. If even one of her subordinates had a supreme-grade divine weapon, then what Lin Rei said before, that he could refine it himself, was more than 80% true. When he thought of this, how could he not be excited when he thought of the fact that he was about to get his hands on a supreme-grade divine weapon? That was something he had always wanted. At the same time, he was very clear that he was beside Lin Rei. At the same time, he was glad that he recovered early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, other than Lin Rei and Zhuge He, everyone else was the same as before. However, the murderous aura in their eyes became denser. They couldn't wait to rush up and snatch the supreme-grade divine weapon. Desire and greed were about to take over their bodies. Humph. Wang. At this moment, Lin Rei snorted coldly. Immediately, everyone present felt as if their hearts had been hit by a force of 10,000 kilograms. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses. It's just that Lin Rei's cold snort contained a huge amount of mental energy and a cultivation of a middle-stage god emperor. If not for the fact that the cultivator had a strong mental energy, he would have been heavily injured by Lin Rei. Of course, among these people, only Zhuge He, who had recovered first, did not receive Lin Rei's attack. At this moment, everyone's faces were pale, and a trace of bright red blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Their hands couldn't help but cover their chests, and their faces were filled with pain. At the same time, it was only at this moment that the crowd noticed the owner of the supreme-grade divine artifact. They were instantly shocked. It's better for you to take what's yours. It's useless for you to look at what doesn't belong to you. If you want to snatch it, I don't mind killing a few people to shake up the situation. How about it? Everyone. Lin Rei closed his eyes. His tone was as cold as ice. His words were like a sharp blade that pierced into everyone's hearts. At this moment, everyone was terrified. They couldn't help but recall the scene of the fat old man's death. Fellow cultivator Lin, it's our fault. We won't do it again. Yes. Fellow cultivator Lin, we didn't mean it. Please forgive us. Yes. We didn't mean it. Please don't lower yourself to our level. Because they were afraid, even though they were the higher-ups of a sect and were powerful cultivators. In the face of death, everyone was the same. They were the same. They were the same. They were the same. They were the same. Looking at them, Lin Rei calmed down and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's begin." Yes, let's begin. Let's begin. Lu Yu nodded at Lin Rei's words. He then stood up and raised his voice, "Everyone, the first round will begin. Those who want to refine pills, the Alchemy Guild will provide the pills. If no one wants to refine pills within 3 hours, you will be eliminated automatically. Now, the alchemy conference begins." At Lu Yu's command, the 16 alchemists below started to get busy. At this moment, when they heard that the alchemy conference had begun, they glanced at Lin Rei, who was sitting beside them. Then, they started to choose the spiritual herbs to refine the pills. Let's refine the spiritual recovery pill. This kind of pill is harder to refine than other pills. Seeing that everyone was choosing, Chu Ci thought of the spiritual recovery pill and started to choose. Lingji grass? Sitting in the seat of honor and looking at the spiritual herbs Chu Ci chose, the spiritual recovery pill appeared in his mind. "Oh, good boy, I didn't expect you to refine this." At this moment, Lin Rei's face showed a trace of relief. This was because he knew how difficult it was to refine the spirit recovery pill. Other pills generally only required a dozen to 30 types of spirit herbs, but the spirit recovery pill was different. This spirit recovery pill's medicinal effects were particularly comprehensive. Even in the market, this kind of pill was not common. Not only could it restore spiritual power, but it could also restore exhausted spiritual power, mental power, and physical strength. Moreover, the spiritual recovery pill required 64 types of spiritual herbs. For this kind of spiritual herb, an average alchemist would need 2 to 3 days to refine. However, Lin Rei did not think so when it came to Chu Ci. He believed in Chu Ci's strength and his illusory spirit blood fire. At most, it would take 1.5 hours. After 1.5 hours, the spiritual recovery pill would be refined. According to the quality of the pills Chu Ci had refined in the past, it would be able to reach the level of 5 pill veins. It wasn't just Lin Li. Everyone's gaze landed on Chu Ci as well as Tiandi Huayu. They were all very curious. For such a powerful person who also possessed a supreme quality god artifact, what level of pill would he be able to refine? Some people even started to try to rope in Chu Ci. After all, an alchemy master was very important to a sect. Moreover, Chu Ci was not only an alchemist, but also a cultivator in the middle stage God-Emperor realm. With such strength and heaven-defying alchemy skills, then, the entire deity world would probably try to rope him in, even if they knew he was a disciple of the Danzong sect. Of course, Chu Ci, who was in the middle of selecting spiritual ingredients, naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, all he wanted to do was refine a good pill and not embarrass Linley. He couldn't disgrace the name of worldly splendor. Not far from him, a woman in white was looking at him with a venomous expression. Humph, just you wait. So what if you have a powerful alchemy cauldron? You are not that person. You don't have the realm of a revered great alchemist. Although I can't take revenge on you, it's enough to crush you in the alchemy conference. The woman gritted her teeth. If Chu Ci knew what this woman was thinking, he would definitely ignore her and focus on concocting pills. Because Chu Ci didn't put her in his eyes. This woman was not a person. She was Bai Yi, who was with Lu Yu in the alchemy guild. Heh, I'm finally done. At this moment, Chu Ci looked at the 64 spiritual herbs floating in the air and smiled. Then, in a flash, he returned to his original position. Chu Ci no longer hesitated. She had already wasted a lot of time choosing spirit herbs. At this moment, she was already racing against time, even though she knew she had enough time. Boom. At this moment, Chu Ci sat down cross-legged and looked at the supreme-grade Tian Di Huayu in front of him. Chu Ci was excited. In the next moment, his alchemy fire rushed out and rushed into the Tian Di Huayu. The first step of refining pills was to preheat them. This was something all alchemists had to do, including Lin Rei. Of course, this step could be skipped if the alchemy furnace was not used. 5 minutes later, Chu Ci felt that the preheating process was successful. Following which, she threw all 64 types of spiritual herbs into the pill furnace at once. This is refining pills? Yeah, this. Chu Ci's actions shocked everyone present, including the contestants who were refining pills. They were all stunned at this moment. Some of the contestants were so shocked by Chu Ci's actions that they cut off the flow of flames into their pill cauldrons. In an instant, their cauldrons exploded. With a loud bang, a cloud of black smoke drifted out of the furnace. At first, it was fine, but as the black smoke drifted out, a foul smell spread out. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. At this time, a middle-aged man opened his mouth and complained, F***CK, don't you have any morals? Why are you refining the stink pill? Can you do it? This isn't a war, is there a need to disgust people? At this time, the middle-aged man's words reflected everyone's thoughts. This sentence was also what they wanted to say. The stink pill was a mid-grade emperor-level pill. Although it was called the stink pill, it was called the stink pill because of its pungent smell. Because it was a stink pill, the refining process was very complicated. It was poles apart from Chu Ci's spirit recovery pill. However, Chu Ci was not affected by the changes in his surroundings at all. At this moment, he had completely integrated into the world of alchemy. Just as Chu Ci threw the 64 herbs into the worldly splendor space, a terrifying mental force was activated. It rushed into the worldly splendor space and split into 64 streams, attaching themselves to the 64 herbs. At this time, Lin Rei, who had been paying attention to Chu Ci, saw this scene and his heart skipped a beat. His face was full of surprise. This method was only known to him because it was the alchemy method he created. This method could greatly increase the speed of refining pills. However, the conditions to practice this method were very strict. Spiritual power, strong spiritual power, was the key to this alchemy method. Before he went into seclusion, Lin Rei taught him this method. At that time, it was just a spur of the moment. He did not expect Chu Ci to really learn it. At this moment, he knew that Chu Ci's alchemy skills had really improved, and not just by a little bit. Lin Rei was happy for him. At this time, Chu Ci used his spiritual power. Because this alchemy method required a very precise amount of spiritual power, Chu Ci's face was slightly pale and his spiritual power was slightly sluggish. After all, if one's spiritual power did not meet the requirements, forcefully using it would damage their spiritual power. If it was serious, their spiritual power would directly collapse and turn into killing intent. At this time, Chu Ci just met the minimum requirements of this method. Although it was a little strenuous, he could still do it. Moreover, this was his second time using it, so his movements were a little rusty. I hope there won't be any mistakes this time. Bless me. At this time, Chu Ci could feel the impurities of the 64 spiritual herbs in the furnace slowly being removed. Chu Ci could not help but pray. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The alchemists whose furnaces had exploded had already cleaned up and started refining again. Some of them had also reached a critical juncture. What about Chu Ci? At this moment, he had a smile on his face as he looked at the 64 drops of spiritual medicine quenching liquid in the furnace with a relaxed expression. Phew. I finally succeeded. Looking at the liquid, Chu Ci could not help but sigh emotionally. However, although he was emotional and happy, he did not relax at all. This was because the next step was the most important part of alchemy, the fusion and formation of the pills. Success or failure depended on this step. Phew, come on. Sensing the time, Chu Ci took a deep breath and immediately used his spiritual power and alchemy fire. Immediately, the alchemy fire increased and the 64 drops of refining liquid began to fuse under Chu Ci's refining. Fusing pills was a huge project. Because the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs were different, the fusion of the pills had to be done very carefully. Otherwise, one careless mistake and the whole thing would be lost. In the end, it would be a waste of effort. Heh, the child is worth teaching. Upon seeing what Chu Ci had just done, the smile on Linley's face grew even wider, because everything Chu Ci had just done had completely exceeded his expectations. Heh. 9 Dragon Pill Fusion Spell, fuse for me. Immediately, Chu Ci shouted loudly. Then, mysterious seals were formed one after another. Under the urging of Chu Ci, the speed of the seals became faster and faster. In the end, except for Lin Ray, the others could only see an afterimage. This. I didn't expect this person's alchemy skills to be so high. And he also has such a powerful spell. If I can. At this moment, Lu Yu, who was sitting in the upper seat, looked more and more excited as he looked at the seals formed by Chu Ci's hands. Greed appeared in his eyes, and he wanted to take the pills for himself. Suddenly, a cold intent made him throw those thoughts to the back of his mind. He did not dare to take them out again. The reason for Lu Yu's fear was Lin Ray. Thinking of Lin Ray's decisive killing methods and his identity as a venerable grade alchemist, he became timid. 9 Dragon Pill Fusion Spell. Pill Fusion. Just as Lu Yu's imagination was running wild, Chu Ci's voice rang out. Mysterious seals were formed one after another. Wang. With a strange sound, the alchemy furnace made a strange sound. A medicinal fragrance drifted out. Smelling it, the spiritual energy in one's body increased slightly. Whoosh, withdrawing his alchemy fire, Chu Ci's tense figure and body were completely relaxed. However, because he had used too much spiritual energy, his spirit was sluggish. At the same time, a red light, like a comet, rushed out from the sky and landed in Chu Ci's hand. Spirit Recovery Pill, done. Chapter 734. How could he be so fast? Everyone present saw the pill in Chu Ci's hand. However, what shocked them was that an emperor-grade alchemist would need at least 2 to 3 hours to refine an emperor-grade pill. Yet, the person in front of them had used less than an hour and a half to refine an extremely complicated pill. Not only them, but even the president of the Alchemist Guild, Lu Yu, was shocked. As an Emperor-level alchemist, he naturally knew how long it took to refine an Emperor-level pill. Among the crowd, Linley was the only one with a smile on his face. His face was filled with gratification. He was also a little surprised, but not too surprised. After all, he already knew that Chu Si's alchemy skills had greatly improved. At this moment, among the 16 alchemists present, only Chu Si had successfully refined an Emperor-level pill. Similarly, the 15 alchemists present were anxious when they saw that someone had successfully refined an Emperor-level pill. At the same time, their anxious hearts were slowly filled with admiration. It was not easy to refine an Emperor-level middle-level pill in such a short time. President, this is the spiritual recovery pill I refined. The quality is not bad. Do you think I passed? At this moment, Chu Si put the spiritual recovery pill into a pill bottle and stepped forward. In the next second, he arrived beside Lu Yu and presented the pill bottle to Lu Yu for him to see. Even Chu Si himself had never seen the spirit recovery pill before. Although he hadn't seen it, he was confident that the quality of the spirit recovery pill he refined was extremely high. It was for no other reason than the mental energy consumed to refine the spirit recovery pill. Yes. Hearing Chu Si's words, Lu Yu nodded. His eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. The moment Chu Si refined the pill, his curiosity had been aroused. After responding, Lu Yu reached out and took the pill bottle. Then, ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he impatiently opened the pill bottle. A red pill lay quietly inside. Hiss, this. At this moment, Lu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock and his eyes widened as if he had seen something amazing. Even a Grandmaster-level alchemist like him was shocked by this. What's wrong? What's wrong? F***CK, hurry up and tell me what's going on. Don't F***King keep silent. Hurry up and tell me. You bastard. Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'll do you tonight. Do you believe me? At this moment, the crowd was also filled with curiosity. When they saw Lu Yu's reaction, the curiosity in their hearts was magnified countless times. In response, they didn't care about their status as they scolded Lu Yu in a low voice. The smile on Lin Rei's face grew wider as he watched this scene. However, even he was very curious as to how far Chu Si had managed to go. Even Zhuge He was no different from the others. He stared at Lu Yu anxiously, wanting to seek an answer. As for the alchemists of their own sects, they were already indifferent. As for Chu Si, he was the only one who was extremely confident in his own pill. However, when he saw the smile on Lin Rei's face, he was satisfied. From his point of view, he didn't care about other people's opinions at all. Only Lin Rei's opinion was what he was looking forward to the most. 5 pill markings, this. At this moment, Lu Yu didn't seem to have heard the crowd's urging. He was still filled with shock as he stuttered. However, at this moment, Lu Yu was shocked again and again. This was because when he opened the bottle, a red pill with markings was lying inside. This was a devastating blow to him. 5 pill markings, this is a spiritual recovery pill with 5 pill markings. Its market value is immeasurable. What? Pill markings? 5? Zhuge He, who was sitting beside Lin Rei, stood up in shock the moment he heard Lu Yu's words. He stared at Chu Si in a daze. At this moment, Chu Si's gaze was also on Lin Rei. In the end, Zhuge He's gaze landed on Lin Rei, who was sitting beside him. At this moment, an extremely terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Damn, could it be that Chu Si's pill-calling technique was also taught by Lin Rei? When this thought appeared, Zhuge He's gaze towards Lin Rei became even more venerable. It was as if he wasn't looking at Lin Rei right now, nor was he looking at an expert. Instead, he was looking at a desolate-era saint. At the same time, at this moment, the thought of befriending Lin Rei completely emerged. At this moment, Zhuge He understood that he couldn't offend Lin Rei. He would rather offend the entire sect than offend Lin Rei. Motherf asterisk Ker, is he even human? His cultivation is only at the Emperor realm and his pill concoction technique is already so heaven-defying. Do you want to live or die? That's right, that's right. If you're so awesome, why did you still participate in the alchemy guild? Aren't you intentionally trying to destroy the confidence of our sect's alchemists? I wouldn't dare. What if our sect's alchemists lose all hope in the path of pill concoction? Then, at this moment, the remaining 15 sects were filled with regret. They deeply regretted participating in this alchemy guild. Each and every one of them had a long face as they looked at Chu Xi and Lin Rei. However, more than that, they were looking at their own sect's alchemists. Looking at them, a trace of pity appeared in their eyes. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me. However, if your mental strength isn't enough, don't force yourself to use that concoction technique in the future. I don't wish for you to become an idiot. Do you understand? Lin Rei transmitted his voice. His tone was filled with gratification. Yes, I understand. At this moment, after receiving Lin Rei's approval and praise, Chu Xi's heart was filled with satisfaction. Fellow Daoist, how did you do it? Can you tell me? No, can you teach me? Even if you want me to become your disciple, this old man won't refuse. Lu Yu, who was still in shock, suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Xi. His eyes were filled with desire as he pleaded. This. Chu Xi was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. When she regained her senses, Lu Yu had already knelt on the ground and started kowtowing. Fellow Daoist, please tell me. How did you concoct these elixir veins? Or what method do you have? Please tell me. At this moment, Lu Yu's voice was filled with grief. He was on the verge of tears as he knelt on the ground and begged Chu Xi. As long as you tell me, I'll agree to anything you want. Even if it's my alchemy guild, I won't refuse. You can take it as you wish. To be honest, although I'm a grandmaster alchemist, I can only concoct 2 elixir veins. Even so, I'm already satisfied. As long as you let me learn the method to concoct elixir veins, I'll become your disciple. This scene happened too quickly and too suddenly. For a moment, everyone's brains seemed to have short-circuited. They were all stunned on the spot and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that a renowned Grandmaster-grade alchemist would kneel before an Emperor-grade alchemist and ask for guidance in alchemy. Such a scene could be said to be one that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. However, as the saying goes, the one who has reached the top, and the teacher's will. When everyone recalled that Chu Xi was able to refine a pill with 5 pill veins, they understood. At this moment, looking at Lu Yu kneeling in front of her, Chu Xi was in a difficult position. President Lu, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I'm not sure about this method. Moreover, I don't have the authority to teach you, so. I'm sorry. Then, to ease the awkwardness, Chu Xi turned around and used her right hand to summon spiritual energy to her pill furnace. Pooh. 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 A series of strange noises were heard as streaks of red light shot out of the cauldron like comets. Then, they landed in the pill bottle that Chu Xi had prepared in advance on a specific trajectory. This scene shook the hearts of everyone present. They originally thought that Chu Xi had only concocted 1 pill, but seeing the streaks of red light flying out, there were at least 20 pills. At this moment, everyone was deeply shaken. At the same time, they were even more worried for their sect's disciples. At the same time, everyone had already changed the name of this alchemy conference to Chu Xi. After all, she was someone that even Lu Yu had to kowtow to. How could they, the juniors, be a match for her? At this moment, everyone only hoped that their sect's alchemists would not collapse because of this. She put away the pills and looked at the bottle full of pills with 5 elixir veins with satisfaction. Finally, she went to Lin Rei's side and quietly stood behind him without saying a word. This scene made everyone sigh, but no one dared to say anything because they were filled with fear of Lin Rei. Wang, at this moment, a buzzing sound came from below. A young man in white stood up and a green light rushed out of the giant cauldron and flew into his hand. It's from my sword sect. The second one is from my sword sect. Good. Sitting next to Lin Rei, Zhuge He's face was full of smiles. He looked like a chrysanthemum flower, which was very funny. Pfft, what's there to be proud of? Isn't it just because your sect's alchemist was the second to concoct the pill? Even if you call him out, it still depends on the quality of the pill. If it's not good, it's useless. Yeah, that's true. Let's see what the quality of the pill is first. Don't embarrass yourself later. As soon as Zhuge He laughed, everyone around him began to attack him. At this moment, when he heard everyone's words, the smile on Zhuge He's face froze. They were right. Even if the pill was concocted in advance, it was still too early to say what the quality was. Thinking about this, Zhuge He looked at his sect's alchemist. His eyes were filled with nervousness and anticipation, but also with worry. President Lu Yu, this is the pill I concocted. Please take a look. At this moment, the young man in white came to Lu Yu's side. His face was full of confidence, as if the result was not important to him at all. What? Another alchemist who can concoct pill veins? A cry of surprise came from Lu Yu's mouth. Immediately, the faces of some of the old men who were waiting to see a joke froze at this moment. It was as if their faces had been slapped by thousands of people. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads and stop talking. The old man who was laughing the most previously had his head buried in his pants. Of course, the one who was the most shocked at this moment was Zhuge He. How could he not be excited that his sect had concocted a pill with pill veins? How is it, President Lu Yu? Did I pass? The young man in white looked at the stunned Lu Yu and said indifferently. Yes, you passed. Lu Yu said in a low voice. But then, Lu Yu raised his head and his eyes were filled with doubt. Although the pill you concocted only has 1 pill veins, you are indeed a rare genius. I don't know if you are interested in joining my alchemist guild. Don't worry, if you come, I, Lu Yu, guarantee that all the resources of the alchemist guild will be used on you. How about it? Get lost, Lu Yu old bastard, you are too much. How dare you snatch in front of me, Zhuge He? Are you looking for death? At this moment, Zhuge He was furious and even had the intention to kill. Originally, it was because his sect's alchemist had concocted a pill with pill veins. But who would have thought that the president of the Alchemist Guild, Lu Yu, would snatch it in front of the Sword Sect? Interesting. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Yu and Zhuge He. Only Lin Rei's divine sense was on the young man in white. An early-stage god emperor? Looking at the young man in white, Lin Rei muttered in his heart. He glanced at the young man before turning back to Zhuge He. His face was filled with puzzlement. He did not understand why the other party was clearly a genuine early-stage god emperor, yet he only revealed the strength of an early-stage god monarch. If he did not have the primal chaos heavenly scripture and strong enough mental energy, he would not have been able to see the young man's true strength. Moreover, from the aura on his body, it was clear that he was using some secret technique to hide his cultivation. Looking at him, Lin Rei was worried. Although he did not know why he was like this, Lin Rei was worried that he would be a dark horse this time. Thinking about it, Lin Rei said to Chu Ci behind him, "This young man in white is not simple. He is an early-stage god emperor, so his mental energy should not be what it seems on the surface. As for his alchemy skills, I am not sure. So, you must be careful when you meet him in the future, understand?" Yes, I understand. Nodding, Chu Ci's gaze landed on the young man in white. At the same time, the young man in white felt Chu Si's gaze. He turned around and their gazes met. The two of them stared at each other for a few minutes. In the end, the young man looked away with a surprised expression. Not simple. Chu Si could only think of this at this moment. Wang. 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 At this moment, a series of wang sounds could be heard from below. Various colored lights could be seen rushing out of the pill furnace. At this moment, the first round of alchemy was nearing its end. Chapter 735. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the 3-hour time limit was up. However, out of the 16 alchemists, 7 or 8 still hadn't finished. Looking at them, Lu Yu stood up with a regretful expression. He sighed and said, "Everyone, time is up. Alchemists who have not finished, please stop." No. No, I'm still. At this time, the alchemists who hadn't finished their alchemy were filled with despair when they heard that the competition was over. They had high hopes for the Alchemy Guild's conditions. It could be said that if they could be nurtured by the Alchemy Guild, they would be willing to give up their lives. But now, after Lu Yu's words, everyone felt as if they had hit rock bottom. All the bones in their bodies were broken, and they didn't even have the strength to stand up. I'm sorry. Looking at the 6 or 7 alchemists, Lu Yu's face revealed an apologetic expression. He didn't want to do this, but the rules of the competition were like this, and he couldn't change them. Those who have been eliminated, hurry up and leave. After saying that, Lu Yu nodded to the disciples who were maintaining order at the side, indicating that they should be prepared. This was because there had been cases in the past where people had retorted at the end of the competition because they had lost. Therefore, Lu Yu had to be prepared for this phenomenon in advance. But what surprised him was that the 6 or 7 alchemists didn't cause any trouble this year. Instead, they quietly left with looks of despair, disappointment, and dispiritedness. After all, they were all in the upper echelons of their respective sects, and were respected by tens of thousands of people. They wouldn't do what Lu Yu wanted them to do. In this regard, Lu Yu heaved a sigh of relief and gestured for the guards who had already stepped forward to retreat. The 6 or 7 alchemists had all left. Looking at their dispirited backs, Lu Yu sighed in his heart. However, he quickly recovered. After all, he had seen this kind of scene many times. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the 9 bottles of pills in front of him. His face was full of smiles as he scanned the crowd and said, "Everyone, the first round of the alchemy conference has ended. The 9 bottles of pills in front of you are the winners of this round. Of course, there are high-quality pills and low-quality pills. Next, I will not be able to choose the top 6. As for the owners of the remaining 3 bottles of pills, they will be eliminated." After speaking, he didn't wait for the others to reply and began to inspect the bottles. Picking up a bottle of pills, Lu Yu opened the lid and looked inside. There was a blood-red pill lying quietly in the bottle. The smell of blood came out of the bottle. Although the smell was very faint, Lu Yu could still smell it later. Blood demon pill, it's such a pill. At this moment, Lu Yu's face was filled with shock. He knew about the blood demon pill. Although it wasn't considered a forbidden pill, no one in the god world would concoct it, let alone use it. The blood demon pill was made from human blood as a catalyst. Then, it was made from all kinds of evil herbs. It was combined with a unique alchemy technique. Although this kind of pill was a good thing a long time ago, it was also fatal. It was something that could destroy a cultivator's future. After consuming the blood demon pill, it could double one's original cultivation base and increase one's strength. It was refined for killing. However, there was a fatal side effect of consuming the blood demon pill. Once the pill lost its effect, the user's essence blood would be completely exhausted. In the end, the user would die from the lack of essence blood. Of course, there were side effects. If the person didn't die, they would have to pay a huge price to save their life. Not to mention all kinds of precious spiritual herbs. The most important thing was that even if the person passed, their spiritual root, meridians, and dantian would be completely destroyed. Even if they wanted to be rebuilt, it would be impossible. The moment he saw the legendary demonic blood pill, Lu Yu felt goosebumps all over his body. A sense of dread filled his heart. He wasn't the only one. The moment the blood demon pill was spoken, everyone's face changed. Their eyes widened like the wind, and they were filled with fear and disgust. This kind of thing, even if it was given to them, probably no one would want to get it. This kind of thing was harmful to both others and themselves. Therefore, they naturally avoided it as far as possible. What's wrong? The alchemy conference doesn't seem to have this rule. Is it not allowed to refine the blood demon pill? At this moment, a young man with a sinister aura swept his cold gaze across the crowd. Then, his gaze fell on Lu Yu and he asked. This. Lu Yu choked on his words. To be honest, there was no such rule. However, Lu Yu really didn't want to let him pass, but, in the end, out of helplessness, Lu Yu could only grit his teeth and stomp his foot. He said, "Fine, there is no such rule. However, you have to know that there are still 6 alchemists who have yet to see their pills. If your pill isn't as good as theirs, then, fine, I'll wait. I hope President Lu Yu of the Alchemy Guild is a fair and just person." Without waiting for Lu Yu to finish, the young man interrupted him. Then, he retreated to a corner and leisurely minded his own business. No one dared to compliment the young man's attitude. At the same time, because he had concocted the demonic blood pill, everyone present had the urge to kill the person in front of them. However, when everyone wanted to kill the young man to prevent future trouble, Lin Rei, who was sitting in the corner, didn't have the slightest intention to do so. At this moment, he felt that the young man had the same personality as Sha Tian, who he had taken in the profound sky continent. He was a murderous person, but he was a wicked person. Interesting. Lin Rei was very interested in the young man. He knew about the blood demon pill. It was very troublesome to refine this kind of pill. Perhaps even Chu Ci, who was already a supreme emperor alchemist, might not be able to refine it. In order to refine the blood demon pill, the first prerequisite was to have a firm Dao heart. Otherwise, the blood demon pill would backfire and die halfway through the refinement process. The second requirement was cultivation. If one didn't have a strong cultivation as a foundation, then everything would be nonsense. Therefore, Lin Rei was sure that Chu Ci didn't have the ability to refine the blood demon pill. It was undeniable that this young man was a genius. Of course, if the crowd knew what Lin Rei was thinking, they would definitely go crazy. After all, this was something that they would never think of. At this moment, Lu Yu didn't linger on this matter for long. He then looked at the second person's pill. The second person had refined the ethereal pill. Similarly, it was a pill with an elixir vein. At this moment, Lu Yu had the urge to cry. Damn, are there so many alchemists who can refine elixir veins now? Although Lu Yu muttered in his heart, he still had a smile on his face and looked very amiable. Then, it was the third person's pill. Looking at the crowd, Lu Yu picked up the pill bottle and opened the lid. Instantly, a nauseating smell rushed out of the pill bottle and spread in all directions. F***ck, what's going on? Are you trying to kill me? F***ck, are you crazy? Are you trying to kill me? Do you believe that I won't kill you? The nauseating smell filled the entire hall of the Alchemy Guild. Immediately, everyone frowned and covered their mouths and noses. Their faces were filled with anger as they cursed. Even Linley was no exception. He hadn't imagined that the smell of this pill would be so strong. But what was different from other people was that when he asked about the smell, Linley was startled, and then a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Hee, this alchemy conference is really interesting. This stink pill has almost reached the threshold of 4 elixir veins. I really didn't expect this. Lin Rei muttered in his heart. That's right, the stink pill. This was the alchemist whose furnace had exploded. However, what surprised Lin Rei was that not only did he refine the pill, but he also refined the pill so well. Thinking of this, Lin Rei transmitted his voice to Chu Ci behind him. When you refine the pill later, use it. The next battle won't be so easy. What do you mean, young master? Hearing the sudden words, Chu Ci was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly recovered and asked. Sigh. Lin Rei was also helpless towards Chu Ci's point. However, he had no choice but to explain in the end. There are a few extraordinary people in this group. The pills they refined aren't much worse than yours. Therefore, I want you to suppress them with a peerless appearance. I want you to win first place. Do you understand? Oh. Chu Ci couldn't disobey Lin Rei's orders. Moreover, his wish was to win first place in this alchemy conference. This was also the condition he promised his master. At this moment, everyone was sucked in. They stared resentfully at the little fatty who refined the stink pill. They didn't expect this little fatty to be so disgusting. However, to the crowd's surprise, while everyone was sucked into the suction force, Lu Yu's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were wide open. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. 3 marks. 3 pill marks, this. While everyone was puzzled and focused their attention on Lu Yu, a voice came out from his mouth. Boom, his words were like a bolt from the blue, heavily bombarding everyone's hearts. Apart from shock, everyone was shocked. They couldn't say anything. After all, according to the number of people, there were already 4 people who had pills. Normally, people who could refine pills with pill marks would have been poached by the major forces. But now, so many of them had appeared. These 3 people made Lu Yu even more jealous. After all, even he only had 2 pill marks. He could only refine pills occasionally. Therefore, jealousy and excitement flashed across his face. The matter passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. In this short period of time, the results of the 7 pill refiners were all seen. During this process, Lu Yu was shocked again and again. At the same time, he was also very surprised. After placing the last bottle of pills on the table, Lu Yu stood up and looked at Lin Rei who was sitting in the corner. Then, he announced. Everyone, this round can only accommodate 6 people. So, I'm sorry. Then, Lu Yu sighed and pointed at the young man who refined the blood demon pill and the 2 other pill refiners. His face was full of regret. Although these 3 pills are good, the quality of their pills is not as good as the other pill refiners. Compared to the other pill refiners, it's like heaven and earth. They can't be compared. I hope you can work harder in the future. What? My pill is not good? At this moment, the young man who refined the blood demon pill stood up and questioned Lu Yu. As for the other 2 eliminated pill refiners, they didn't ask for justice like the young man. Instead, they left obediently. Seeing how agitated the young man was, Lu Yu didn't waste any time and directly placed the pills of the other pill refiners on the table. Suddenly, rays of light swept across the table. As for the young man in front of him, the moment he saw the pills on the table, his expression changed and a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. How is it? Looking at the young man's expression, Lu Yu smiled and said, the rest of the pill refiners here are all pill refiners with pill veins. Tell me, what can I do? I can't be biased. After saying that, Lu Yu gestured for the young man to leave. At this moment, the young man had lost his mind. After all, the scene just now had shocked him. All of them had pill veins. That was 6 people. Thinking of this, the young man nodded and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. Good. Looking at the young man's back, Lu Yu sighed. Then, he looked at the 6 pill refiners who had successfully passed and a happy smile appeared on his face. At this moment, when he saw the pills refined by the 6 pill refiners, Lu Yu had already given his disciple's name to Chu Ci. After all, he deserved it. He knew very well that he had a venerable grade pill refiner as his master. Looking at the crowd, Lu Yu opened his mouth and said, "All right, the first round is over." After the first round, a total of 6 people have been eliminated. The second round is about to begin. Among the 6 of you, there will be someone who will die in the second round. I hope you're all prepared. Don't worry, President Lu. We're all prepared. When will the second round begin? We can't wait. At this moment, the fatty who was refining the stink pill asked Lu Yu with a face full of excitement when he heard Lu Yu's words. He looked at Chu Ci with shining eyes. "Heh, it's about to begin." He understood the fatty's meaning. Looking at him, Lu Yu smiled and said, "The second round is about to begin. You can start at any time. Challenge one person and propose the pill you want to bet. Then, according to the quality, rank, and quality of the pill, the person who loses will be divided." The time for this round was the same as the previous one. If one didn't pass within the time limit, it would be considered as a forfeit. Alright, I want to challenge Chu Ci. I heard that he refined 5 pill veins. As expected, after hearing Lu Yu's words, the fatty who had been waiting for his prey hurriedly stepped forward and pointed at Chu Ci. Suddenly, someone wanted to challenge him. For a moment, he was stunned. Chapter 736. What? You don't dare? The fatty sneered when he saw Chu Ci's stunned expression. He looked at Chu Ci with disdain and provocation. Chu Ci was startled when he saw the fatty. At this moment, Chu Ci suddenly became serious. There was no such word in Chu Ci's dictionary. Chu Ci was displeased when he saw that he was being mocked. He said, "Come on, didn't you want to challenge me? I'll give you a chance today. I'll let you know what it means to be completely dominated." The fatty had completely ignited Chu Ci's competitive spirit, especially in front of Lin Rei. He didn't want to be defeated by this kind of trash. "Good, you've got guts." The fatty nodded when he saw Chu Ci agree. His face was full of smiles, but he didn't know that what awaited him was a devastating blow. "I'm Yuda Fa, an emperor-level high-level alchemist from the Rain Sect. Although I heard that you can refine a pill with 5 patterns, we'll have to see the next round." "Okay." Chu Ci smiled and nodded. His lips curled up slightly, and a trace of mockery appeared. Even so, Chu Ci didn't let down his guard against Yuda Fa. Instead, he became more nervous and serious. Because of Linley's warning, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He didn't want to lose. He didn't want to beg in front of Linley. He didn't want to lose in front of so many people. He wanted to win, and he wanted to win beautifully and bring glory to Linley. All right. Since everyone is so excited, let's begin. Next, each of you will find your own opponent. The time limit is 3 hours. Like before, any abnormalities after the time limit will be dealt with according to the rules of elimination. Seeing that the situation was going well, Lu Yu hurriedly stood up and said to the crowd. Just like that, the second round began. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Chu Ci and Yudefa. After all, among everyone present, only the 2 of them had the highest alchemy skills. Moreover, they were especially looking forward to what pill Chu Ci would prepare next. At the same time, even Linley was beginning to feel eager. He wanted to see what Chu Ci would do next. Under the gazes of everyone present, Chu Ci and Yudefa, who had the halo of a protagonist, began their battle. Both of them went to their respective cauldrons. At this time, Yudefa looked at the cauldron beside Chu Ci with envy in his eyes. "Hey, how about we make a bet?" Chu Ci was stunned when he heard Yudefa's request. However, he wanted to see what tricks Yudefa had up his sleeve, so he said, "Let's not talk about the bet first. Tell me what the stakes are." If the stakes aren't equal, I won't agree. Hearing this, Udefa was stunned for a moment, then a bright smile appeared on his face. With a harmless appearance, he muttered, "Actually, it's nothing. If I lose, you give me your cauldron. If I lose, I don't want your pill furnace. Moreover, I don't think your pill furnace is worth that much." Chu Si hurriedly interrupted him when she heard that he was eyeing her pill furnace again. A supreme-grade divine artifact was very precious to Chu Si. Moreover, it was given to him by Lin Rei after the worldly Huayu had been upgraded. How could he casually use something like that as a stake? Heh. Of course it's not my cauldron. Looking at Chu Si, Udefa said, "I know your cauldron is a supreme-grade divine artifact. Therefore, I won't use my cauldron to bet with you. I'll use this." With that, he flipped his hand and a small, sparkling and translucent pagoda suddenly appeared. The moment the small pagoda appeared, a golden light shot into the sky. In the next moment, the small pagoda devoured all the spiritual qi within 100 feet radius. However, what made people sigh was that after devouring all the spiritual qi within 100 feet radius, the small pagoda didn't do anything else. Moreover, what made people curious was that the small pagoda didn't seem to be complete. It looked like there were only 4 levels of the pagoda. There were more levels above, but they weren't combined with the pagoda. Looking at the small pagoda, although the moment it appeared, people would be shocked. Some people would even think that it was a supreme treasure. However, looking at him, Chu Si's face was indifferent. Chu Si wasn't stupid enough to use his supreme-grade divine artifact to bet with this small pagoda. However, among the people present, Lin Rei was stunned. His divine consciousness had been pulled into the system by the little dragon. At this moment, in the system, the little dragon was like an otherworldly expert. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon said, "Take that pagoda back. Its origin isn't simple. Even your chaotic dragon spear can't compare to it." What? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei was shocked. He didn't see anything special about the small pagoda, but seeing how serious the little dragon was, Lin Rei couldn't help but want to ask about the small pagoda's origin. "Host, listen to the little dragon. Take down that small pagoda. It will be very helpful to your future. Moreover, if you can find the rest of the missing pagoda and combine them, the power will be devastating." Hiss. Just as Lin Rei was about to ask, the system, who had been silent all this time, opened its mouth. Moreover, it was catering to the little dragon's intention. Regarding this, Lin Rei was shocked. This scene had never appeared ever since he got the system. And now, it was all because of a small pagoda. Moreover, it was a waste product. This made him value the small pagoda even more. "Okay, I will let Chu Si bet with him. But you must promise me that when I take back the small pagoda, you must tell me about the small pagoda's origin." In response to Lin Rei's words, the little dragon and the system unanimously rejected Lin Rei. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that the time isn't right. When you have the courage to merge with the Tao, I will tell you a little about the small pagoda's origin. As for now, you don't have the ability to do so, understand?" Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei, who still wanted to say something, fell silent in the end. After all, they had been together for thousands of years. He had long understood the little dragon's character. He knew that the little dragon wouldn't go against its decision even if it had to die. Regarding this, Lin Rei could only give up. "Okay, go quickly. You must get this thing. Even if you have to snatch it." With that, without waiting for Lin Rei to say anything, the little dragon waved its hand. An invisible force pushed Lin Rei out of the system and back into the main body. At this moment, just as Chu Si was about to reject Udefa, Lin Rei hurriedly transmitted his voice to her, "Don't reject him. Agree to his bet. But you must win. I must have the small pagoda in his hands. Do you understand?" This. Okay. Originally, she wanted to refuse, but after hearing Lin Rei's order, Chu Ci was a little reluctant for a moment, but she still obeyed. Looking at Udefa, Chu Ci subconsciously looked at the wager at the same time, and then responded, I accept this bet. If you lose, the small pagoda is mine. If I tell you, my alchemy furnace is yours. Wow, once these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone began to lose their composure. They also saw the small pagoda's strange appearance, but they still felt that it was impossible for Chu Ci to accept a supreme-grade divine artifact. But now, the result made everyone's jaws drop. Even after a long time, no one reacted. Of course, among the crowd, except for Lin Rei. At this moment, Lin Rei couldn't wait for the bet to end quickly so that he could obtain the small pagoda and investigate it. Okay, since that's the case, let's begin. The bet has been going on for a while, I don't want to fall behind. Boom, with that, a purple alchemy fire rushed out of his palm and he began to refine the pill. Seeing Udefa like this, Chu Ci didn't want to fall behind. She sat down cross-legged and began to search for the ingredients to refine the supreme-grade emperor pill, the Tiger Yang pill. The Tiger Yang pill was a famous body-tempering pill. If consumed by a body-tempering cultivator, it could increase the strength of their physical body. If consumed by a cultivator, it could also increase the strength of their physical body. One had to know that the only weakness of a cultivator was that their physical body shrank. This was a common problem for all cultivators. Of course, except for Lin Rei and those who lived on the edge of a knife. Some people would even take the initiative to increase the strength of their physical body. Of course, there were also some people who thought that as long as they cultivated spiritual energy, as long as their spiritual energy was strong enough, they could make up for the shortcomings of their physical body. Seeing Udefa's progress, Chu Ci didn't delay any longer. She immediately took out her alchemy fire and began to preheat the pill furnace. In just a short minute, the pill furnace was successfully preheated. Then, Chu Ci used the same method as before and threw all the spiritual herbs that were used to refine the Tiger Yang pill into the pill furnace. Perhaps it was because she had used the same method twice, but this time, Chu Ci's refining speed was especially fast and smooth. She didn't stop at all. One by one, mysterious and beautiful runes appeared from Chu Ci's hands. She seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. It was as if, in the entire world, there was only her and her pill furnace. As time went on, Chu Ci's speed of forming hand seals became faster and faster. Perhaps even she didn't notice it. This movement was smooth and fluid, and it was done in one go. If there was such a thing as perfection in the world, it would be nothing more than this. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was sitting on the stage, saw Chu Ci's actions. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heh, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. He actually gained enlightenment at this time. Looks like it won't be long before he completely enters the realm of a grandmaster alchemist. Of course, for Lin Rei, it wouldn't be long. It could be a day, a year, or even 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. In the end, it would depend on that person's comprehension and temperament. Lin Rei couldn't help. In the end, she could only rely on herself. As for the information, Chu Ci didn't even know that she had unintentionally entered the state of enlightenment that everyone dreamed of. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Some people couldn't bear the pressure of being challenged. Some even felt that they were simply too strong for their opponents, causing them to fail midway and be eliminated. Fatty Udefa, who had bet with Chu Ci, opened his eyes at this moment. He had a smug smile on his face as he looked at Chu Ci, who was still refining. His heart was filled with indescribable joy and excitement. Aren't you awesome? Aren't you very fast at refining pills? In front of this young master, everything is trash. With that, Udefa formed hand seals and shouted, pill complete. Wang, the rumbling sound of the pill furnace rang out. At this moment, everyone's eyes, including Linley's divine sense, turned towards Udefa. Although he knew that Chu Ci would respond, he still smiled worriedly. Whoosh! The moment Udefa retracted his pill fire, a dark red light rushed out of the pill furnace towards Udefa's direction. Oh! Fire Spirit Pill, high-grade Emperor-level pill with 4 pill veins. TSK, not bad. At this time, Lin Rei, who had used his consciousness, naturally knew what pill Udefa had refined. He even knew its effects, quality, and pill veins. Seeing this, Linley let out a sigh of relief in his heart. In that moment, all of his worries vanished like smoke into thin air. Hee, let's see how you'll beat me now. Udefa smiled as he put away his pill and walked towards Lu Yu. Wang, at this moment, a buzzing sound came from behind. Udefa stopped walking and turned his head to look in Chu Ci's direction. He saw a yellow light, like a comet, fall into Chu Ci's hand and put it into a pill bottle. Phew. Chu Ci breathed a sigh of relief. However, because she had used her mental strength again, she was even more dispirited now. So what if you've refined it? You're still later than me. Seeing that Chu Ci had finished refining the pill, Udefa snorted coldly. He walked towards Lu Yu and handed him the Fire Spirit Pill. Tourism Association President, this is the pill I refined. Please take a look. All right. Hearing this, Lu Yu quickly took the pill from Udefa's hand and looked at it. Hiss! When Lu Yu saw Udefa's pill, his eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. He sucked in a breath of cold air. However, because he had seen Chu Ci refine 5 pill veins, he quickly calmed down. Not bad. The Fire Spirit Pill can increase the cultivation of those with fire spiritual roots. It's a high-grade Emperor-level pill and can be used by cultivators below the godly Emperor realm. TSK, the Rain Sect is so lucky to have such a great alchemist to help them. No wonder they can become one of the 7 sects. Yeah, that's right. At this moment, the higher-ups and disciples of the Rain Sect heard the discussions around them and their faces were filled with pride. Quick, let's see what Chu Ci's pill is like. Just as the people from the Rain Sect were feeling proud of themselves, someone suddenly shouted. Lu Yu excitedly placed the Fire Spirit Pill in his hand on the table beside him. Then, his expectant gaze landed on Chu Ci, who was standing behind Udefa. Chapter 737. Seeing everyone's expectant gazes, Chu Ci smiled and walked to Lu Yu's side step by step. She handed the pill she had refined to him. President Lu Yu, this is something I refined. See if it's up to your standards. Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. The pill you refined has 5 patterns. If your pill isn't up to par, then no one would want my pill. Lu Yu took the pill bottle from Chu Ci's hand and opened it impatiently. A yellow pill lay quietly in the bottle. Suddenly, a fragrance rushed out of the bottle and drifted into the air. Huyang pill, a supreme grade pill. Fellow Daoist, you're really patient. Smelling the pill fragrance, Liu could tell that this was an extremely difficult alchemical pill to concoct even among the highest level alchemical pills. The concoction method was extremely complicated, and what shocked him even more was that on this Huyang pill, there were 5 alchemical patterns carved into it, as if they were naturally formed. Hiss, another top-grade Emperor-level pill with 5 pill veins. At this moment, Lu Yu couldn't help but look at Chu Ci with admiration. In his entire life, he had only seen such alchemy skills when Linley had tested out an Emperor-level pill. Now, he had seen it again. Although there was a vast difference in strength and cultivation base between the two of them, the way he had forged the pill just now had caused him to subconsciously glance at Linley, who was sitting leisurely to the side. In his eyes, other than admiration, there was only reverence. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were respected. Seeing Linley's powerful alchemy skills, even he wanted to take him as his master. Of course, he knew that Lin Rei wouldn't take him as his disciple, so he didn't ask for a rebuff. If he insisted on disturbing Lin Rei, it would only make Lin Rei hate him. How is it? Tell us. Damn, you can't even beat a fart with a stick. Can you hurry up and tell us? Lu Yu, you damn pill refiner, hurry up and tell us. How is fellow Daoist Chu Si's pill refining? At this moment, the crowd was pressing down on Lu Yu expectantly. However, even after listening for a long time, Lu Yu still didn't say anything. At this moment, everyone started complaining angrily. The people who were slightly anxious were none other than the people from the Rain Sect. They were looking forward to Chu Si's results because it was related to the reputation of the Rain Sect. Hearing the crowd's indignation, Lu Yu snapped out of his daze and glanced at them with a pleased smile. Fellow Daoist Chu Si. Fellow Daoist Chu Si's pill is a top-grade emperor-level pill, the Huyang pill. What? Huyang pill? Or is it a top-grade emperor-level pill? At that moment, Yu Defa, who was waiting in front of Lu Yu, heard that Chu Si had concocted a top-quality emperor-level pill. At that moment, he knew that he had lost because he had only concocted a high-quality emperor-level pill. There was a gap between the two levels. Furthermore, he also knew about the Huyang pill. He was also very much looking forward to this kind of alchemical pill. However, this kind of alchemical pill was very troublesome to concoct, so no one had ever concocted it. At that moment, Yu Defa's expression was very rich. He was both disappointed and excited. After Chu Si saw this, she paused for a while. F***ck, what the hell are you doing? You're still so excited after losing, you, of course, Chu Si wouldn't say these words. Looking at Yu Defa, Chu Si placed her hand on his shoulder and comforted him. Fellow Daoist you've actually done very well. The road ahead is still long. Don't be discouraged, keep up the good work. I'll be waiting for you ahead. TCH. Hearing this, Yu Defa directly ignored her. Don't be so happy. This time, it was just a moment of carelessness. If there's a next time, I'll definitely let you know what it means to be a pill master. Chu Si was embarrassed. He didn't expect that his consolation would make the other party so impudent. However, at least he won this round and didn't let Lin Rei down. At that moment, seeing the two's actions, Lu Yu quickly said, Fellow Daoist Chu Si, I really want to know why you were able to concoct a pill with 5 pill patterns twice. Alright, fellow Daoist Lu Yu, let's not talk about this anymore. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Chu Si knew what he was going to say next. She didn't wait for him to finish and hurriedly stopped him. I can't teach you the art of pill concoction, so give up. Besides, everyone has their own Tao of pill concoction. You have it, so do I. Therefore, don't force it. Let nature take its course, and you'll achieve Tao. Boom, let nature take its course, and you'll achieve Tao. Let nature take its course, and you'll achieve Tao. Ha ha ha, at that moment, Lu Yu muttered Chu Si's last words to himself. Suddenly, he had a feeling that he was going to break through to the next level of pill concoction. This kid actually managed to make a Grandmaster Pill Master gain enlightenment after just one round of enlightenment, and even found a miracle to break through. Lin Rei, who was watching from the side, already knew the meaning of this sentence. Of course, this sentence was useless to him. However, it meant a lot to a Grandmaster Pill Master. If that person's comprehension was of the highest grade, then he would be even further and more perfect in the Grandmaster Pill Master realm. Of course, Chu Si himself didn't know all of this. Because of his words, a person who was of a higher level than him found an opportunity to break through. The crowd was also very puzzled by Lu Yu's sudden laughter. Although they didn't understand why Lu Yu was laughing, they knew that something good must have happened to him. A few minutes later, Lu Yu finally stopped his crazy laughter. Looking at everyone's puzzled expression, Lu Yu didn't explain the reason. Instead, he announced the results of this round to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the second round of the alchemy conference has come to an end. Udefa and Chu Xi had a bet. Although Udefa concocted an Emperor-level high-level fire spirit pill with 4 pill veins, Chu Xi concocted an Emperor-level high-level fire spirit pill with 5 pill veins. According to the characteristics of the 2 pills, as well as their levels and qualities, the final winner is Chu Xi. And the bets of this bet will belong to the winner. As he spoke, everyone's gaze subconsciously turned towards Udefa. Feeling the crowd's gaze, Udefa nodded with a disappointed face. Then, he flipped his left hand and a broken but crystal-clear small pagoda appeared. Wang, just like before, the spiritual power within 1,000 feet radius was completely devoured by the small tower the moment it appeared. At this moment, no one noticed that Lin Rei, who was sitting at the side, was very excited. He was determined to get the small pagoda. He wouldn't give up until he got it. And now, the small pagoda was his. Thanks. At this moment, looking at the winnings, Chu Xi's face was full of smiles. He was very happy because he had completed the task given to him by Lin Rei. At the same time, he was happy that his alchemy skills had finally stabilized at the level of a high-grade alchemist. Then, Chu Xi reached out to take the small pagoda. However, the moment his hand was about to touch the small pagoda, Udefa withdrew his hand. Seeing this, the smile on Lin Li's face suddenly vanished. His expression turned grim, and a murderous aura began to emanate from his body. I'm going to kill you now. He was ready to kill Udefa at any time. Of course, before that, he still wanted to see what tricks Udefa was playing. At this time, Chu Xi's hand was still in the air. He looked at Chu Xi with a cold expression and said, "Hey, boy, don't be stubborn. You will die if you do." At this moment, Chu Xi was angry. He thought he could get the small pagoda, but when he thought of Udefa suddenly taking it back, he couldn't tolerate it anymore. After all, the small pagoda was something Lin Rei wanted. Even if he had to kill the person in front of him, he had to get the small pagoda. At this moment, the middle stage God Emperor cultivation was activated by Chu Xi. At that moment, a world-destroying suppression suppressed everyone present. This was especially true for Udefa. This action was all caused by him, and he was close to it. Thus, he didn't feel it at all. Seeing Chu Xi angry so easily, and feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him, Udefa smiled bitterly and shook his head. He wanted to explain, boy, don't you think you're asking for it? If you wanted to give it to me, wouldn't it be over? Why did you have to make it so unpleasant? Looking at Udefa, Chu Xi walked step by step to his side. Seeing the small pagoda hidden in his bosom, Chu Xi directly grabbed the small pagoda. After that, his body flashed and returned to his original position. Only at this moment did Chu Xi feel at ease after grabbing the small pagoda. Since the small pagoda was taken back, Chu Xi naturally had no reason to suppress the crowd. He immediately retracted his pressure and cultivation. Finally, he glanced at the crowd with an apologetic look. After he was done, he didn't even look at Udefa. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Lin Rei. Hey! Dao friend, wait, I have something to say. Please don't listen to my explanation. At this moment, seeing that Chu Xi didn't even look at him, Udefa became anxious. He didn't care if Chu Xi would kill him for his recklessness. Just like this, his body flashed and he arrived in front of Chu Xi. In the end, what shocked everyone was that the moment Udefa arrived in front of Chu Xi, he directly knelt on the ground and spread his arms. It was a posture that said he wouldn't get up if Chu Xi didn't listen. Seeing him act so shamelessly, Chu Xi was stunned. He didn't expect a dignified high-level emperor-level alchemist to act like this. The ancients said that a man had gold under his knees, but now, you. What do you want? Looking at him, Chu Xi said impatiently, you were the one who said you wanted to bet. Now that you've lost, you don't want to admit it. Let me tell you, it's impossible. I'm taking the small pagoda. If you want to take it back, unless you can beat me. At this moment, Chu Ci looked at Udefa with a serious face. Of course, Chu Ci knew that Udefa was no match for him. That was why he made such an unreasonable request. No. No. Udefa, who was still on the ground, immediately shook his head and denied Chu Ci's words. No. Then you are. I want that Huyang pill of yours. Although I am an alchemist, I am still unable to concoct such a high-quality medicinal pill with 5 pill veins. Thus, saying this, Udefa laughed and rubbed his hands, looking like he was asking for it. Phew. So it's the Huyang pill. I thought. At this moment, Chu Ci realized that Udefa wanted his Huyang pill. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Yes. Yes, 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 I want the Huyang pill. I wonder if fellow Taoist Chu Ci can give it to me. Of course, I can use something of equivalent value to exchange for it. Saying this, Udefa's expression was full of desire. Seeing Udefa like this, Chu Ci thought for a while and said, okay, I agree to the exchange. However, you have to let me give the small pagoda to my young master first. We can talk about the Huyang pill later. What do you think? Sure. Hearing Chu Ci's agreement, Udefa stood up with a happy smile on his face. Okay. Nodding, he walked quickly to Lin Rei and handed the small pagoda to him. His attitude was very respectful. Young master, here. Heh. Okay. Lin Rei didn't think too much and directly held the small pagoda tightly in his hand. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed Udefa. He knew that Udefa wanted the Huyang pill, so he didn't keep him any longer and dismissed him. That's right, it's him. I didn't think that this guy would come as well. At this moment, the little dragon suddenly appeared and stood in front of Lin Rei. It looked excitedly at the small pagoda in Lin Rei's hand. At this moment, on the other side, Chu Ci, who had left Lin Rei's side, came to Udefa's side. Looking at him, Chu Ci said, Speak, what do you plan to exchange for my Huyang pill? Hee, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Udefa chuckled. Then, with a flip of his hand, a red fruit the size of a fist appeared in his hand. The smell of blood. The moment the red fruit appeared, the smell of blood wafted from it. That's right, it's indeed the smell of blood. Looking at Chu Ci, Udefa introduced it to her. I don't know what this fruit is called, but I do know that it is extremely valuable. Moreover, it appeared together with the small tower. If it wasn't for the smell of blood on its body, I would have directly eaten it back then. Oh. Hearing this, Chu Ci walked forward and lowered her head to observe the fruit closely. At this moment, the closer she got to the fruit, the thicker the smell of blood became. It was as if she was immersed in blood, and it was a nauseating feeling. Blood plasma fruit? At this moment, the little dragon, who was standing in front of Lin Rei and looking excitedly at the small pagoda in Lin Rei's hand, suddenly smelled the smell of blood. The name, blood plasma fruit, involuntarily appeared in her mind. Blood plasma fruit? Hearing the little dragon's mumbling, Lin Rei asked curiously. Chapter 738. Hearing Lin Rei's question, the little dragon smiled and began to explain. The blood plasma fruit is an incredible existence. It has only one effect, but it's the best thing for you. Oh. Lin Rei's face was filled with curiosity. The blood plasma fruit is a divine fruit that can increase the power of one's bloodline. It's very useful for you now. Your bloodline is still in a dormant state. If you consume the blood plasma fruit, your bloodline will awaken. At that time, you'll benefit immensely. Hearing this, Lin Rei's face was filled with indescribable joy. All right, I understand. With that, Lin Rei transmitted his voice to Chu Ci, Chu Ci, exchange with him. This thing is beneficial to me. I understand, young master. Chu Ci never dared to disobey Lin Rei's orders. Even if it cost him his life, he would slit his own throat without any hesitation or complaint. When he heard that Lin Rei needed this red fruit, Chu Ci hurriedly agreed to Defa's request. Alright, I'll use this fruit of yours to exchange with me. Although I don't know what it is, it can emit the smell of blood. It's a rare foreign object. With that, Chu Ci took out a Huyang pill that he had just refined and handed it to Defa. Ah. Really? Defa was a little surprised by Chu Ci's straightforwardness. He had said before that this matter might not be so easy to settle, but he hadn't expected that he would really use this unknown fruit to exchange for the pill he had been dreaming of. Of course. But if you don't want to exchange, I can. Whoosh. Just as Defa's face was filled with excitement, Chu Ci teased him. But before he could finish his sentence, the Huyang pill in his hand had disappeared. Instead, the fiery red fruit appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Chu Ci did not waste any more words with him. He walked to Lin Rei's side and handed the blood plasma fruit to him. Young master, your subordinate has fulfilled his mission. Looking at the blood fruit, Lin Rei nodded. Not bad. You did very well in this matter. After saying that, Lin Rei directly took the blood fruit in his hand and immediately fed it to the system before handing it over to the little dragon. Little dragon, keep this for now. When we go to the saint's world, use it as food to strengthen the power of my bloodline. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon nodded with a gratified expression. That's right, that's what I originally thought too. Alright, I'll give it to you when you break through to the saint's stage and reach the saint's world. With that said, the little dragon casually placed the fruit in front of him. Suddenly, the blood fruit disappeared. Lin Rei, who had been paying attention to the little dragon, saw the little dragon's move and immediately had a plan in mind. I'm telling you, I'm not going to teach you this. You'll have it when you get to Hongmeng, so rest. Don't think about these messy things anymore. At this moment, the little dragon was like a worm in Ruo Lin's stomach. He knew what Lin Rei was thinking and promptly advised him. Hearing the little dragon speak his mind, Lin Rei awkwardly nodded with a smile and said goodbye. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. This is the last round. After that, it's time to fuse with the Eye of Tendo. Thank you for your hard work. TSK, hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon rolled his eyes at him and immediately teased, as long as you don't cause me any trouble in the future, I'll be thankful. Looking at the little dragon's reaction, Lin Rei didn't say anything and directly exited the space. Because he knew that the little dragon said that because it didn't want him to have any psychological burden. When Lin Rei returned to his body, he suddenly heard Lu Yu's voice. Lin Rei was taken aback, but he soon understood. It turned out that the third round had begun. However, he didn't expect that there would only be a short break between the rounds. This was naturally nothing to an alchemist like him, but to Chu Ci, although it was considered an experience, it was extremely taxing on her mind. The third round has begun. This is the finals. I will set the questions, and you will refine the pills. Whoever can refine the better grade and quality will be the champion of the alchemy conference and will also receive the rewards of the conference. At this point, everyone's eyes fell on Chu Ci, who was standing behind Lin Rei. This was because in everyone's hearts, there was no one who could be compared to Chu Ci. With his skill in refining top-grade emperor-grade pills and 5-pill patterns, the one who would be injured in the end would be his competitor. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Chu Ci's competitor with pity. Speaking of it, it was rather strange. This time around, the remaining person was actually a woman. Furthermore, no one had expected that she would become one of the final victors of the 2 matches that had been completely ordinary in the previous 2 matches. Even Lin Rei felt a little strange. He had tried to check the woman's cultivation, but on the surface, the result was the same. She was a mid-stage divine monarch. However, Lin Rei felt that her cultivation was probably higher than that. System, check that woman's information. I want to know everything about her. Looking at the woman competing with Chu Ci, Lin Rei couldn't help but activate the system. Ding dong, please wait a moment. System is checking. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Rei's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. 1 minute later, ding dong, checking completed. Do you wish to check? Yes, check. After saying that, a screen appeared in his mind, and the woman's information appeared on it. Damn, it can't be. When Lin Rei saw the woman's information on the screen, Lin Rei couldn't help but curse. He was even more shocked. At this moment, the screen said, Hua Yuyin, female, 6,321 years old, Great Circle God Emperor, High Venerable Great Alchemist, daughter of Emperor Hua of the Hua family of the Holy World. Fire, wood, and thunder, 3 top-grade spiritual roots, and top-grade comprehension ability. Seeing this, Lin Rei was completely stunned. He thought that this woman was from a big power, and that her cultivation was high. He also thought that her Dan realm cultivation wasn't the mid-stage emperor grade that she seemed to be on the surface. But he never thought that this woman was from the Holy World, and that her alchemy Dao was about the same as his. Moreover, her alchemy Dao was 1 level higher than his. After seeing all of Hua Yuin's information, Lin Rei couldn't stay calm. He wanted to get the sacred medicine as a reward, so he couldn't lose. Okay, the 3rd round will officially start now. Just when Lin Rei was thinking of a solution, he heard Lu Yu's voice announcing the start of the 3rd round. Instantly, Lin Rei was shocked. Without thinking, he said directly, "Stop." As soon as he said that, everyone's gaze gathered on Lin Rei. Their eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. They didn't understand why Lin Rei would call for a stop at this critical moment. Feeling everyone's puzzled gaze, Lin Rei laughed. Then, he stood up and took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was beside Chu Ci. You go down first. This woman is not simple. You are not her opponent. Lin Rei transmitted his voice to Chu Ci. Oh. Hearing Lin Rei's transmission, Chu Ci turned to look at Hua Yuyin in surprise. Then, he was filled with curiosity. As far as he could remember, Linley had never done something like good enough before. But from Linley's serious tone, he knew that this was not a simple matter. Then, he didn't refute. He nodded to Hua Yuyin and retreated behind Lin Rei. Then, he stood respectfully behind Lin Rei and didn't say a word. Lin Rei. Lin Rei, my friend, what do you mean by? At this moment, Lu Yu hesitated for a while. In the end, he went up to Lin Rei and questioned him. However, it was better to say that he was asking for instructions. After all, at this moment, Lu Yu's attitude towards Lin Rei was like that of a grandfather and a grandson. Damn, what's wrong? Did Lu Yu's personality change? Where's his usual arrogance and disdain? Where's his usual arrogance? Yeah, this is unbelievable. He's actually like this. Is this a 1,000-year-old story? Heh, that's right. Even our Rain Sect master is respectful when he sees Lu Yu. But now, at this moment, after seeing Lu Yu's attitude towards Lin Rei, the crowd started to discuss. However, the majority of them said that Lu Yu's personality had changed. He was no longer the same as before. At this moment, hearing the crowd's discussion, Lu Yu's attitude was still respectful. After all, he knew the alchemy skills of the alchemy expert before him. I wish to have an alchemy competition with this young lady. Is that possible? Lin Rei didn't waste time with Lu Yu's request. He directly spoke his mind. What? You wish to have an alchemy competition with her? At this moment, hearing Lin Rei's words, Lu Yu thought he heard wrong. Then, he repeated himself. His expression was filled with confusion and confusion. He thought he had heard wrong. That's right, Linley said, frowning impatiently. I want to ask this alchemist for some advice on pill concocting, as well as some knowledge of the Tao of alchemy. I just want to ask him one question. Is that all right? Hee, since this fellow Taoist wants to have an alchemy competition with this young lady, then let's have a go. At this moment, while Lu Yu was in a daze and didn't know how to answer, Hua Yuan, who had heard everything from the beginning, spoke. What? Competition. The moment Hua Yuan's words entered Lu Yu's ears, Lu Yu looked at her with a strange gaze. He felt that if he wasn't crazy, then she was crazy. Others might not know about Lin Rei's alchemy realm, but he knew. Now, when he heard that this girl wanted to have an alchemy competition with Lin Rei, Lu Yu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Heh, all right. Since fellow Taoist Hua has said so, then it's settled. At this moment, Lin Rei was delighted. Lin Rei, who was already in the honorable realm, wanted to find an opponent who was on par with him. It was extremely difficult, especially in the realm of the gods. Now, there was finally someone who was on par with him. How could he be so foolish as to let go of this opportunity? Looking at the current situation, everyone was stunned. Lu Yu was stunned. He felt that he was in a bad mood. However, there was nothing he could do. Since the person involved had agreed, he had no reason to stop them. When he came back to his senses, he glanced at the crowd. Then, he cleared his throat and announced, since the two of you have agreed, then the competition will continue. The rewards will remain unchanged. As for who will be the champion, it will depend on their luck. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to Lin Rei. However, among everyone, except for Lin Rei, no one noticed Hua Yuan's ugly expression. At this moment, when Hua Yuan heard the person in front of her call out her surname, her body tensed up. She was filled with vigilance. One had to know that no one in the realm of the gods knew her surname. Moreover, her name in the realm of the gods was forged. Those who knew her surname were all big shots in the sacred world. But now, he had appeared in the realm of the gods. At this moment, she couldn't help but be vigilant. At the same time, along with her vigilance, she was filled with curiosity. She wanted to know who the person in front of her was to know her surname. Knowing that Hua Yuan was relying on him, Linley transmitted a message to her. Hua Yuan, daughter of Hua Yi Emperor from the Hua clan of the Desolate State in the Sacred World. She is an upper paragon alchemist and a late-stage god emperor. Although I don't want to know why you came to the realm of the gods, I must win this competition. Moreover, there is no one in the realm of the gods who can discuss alchemy with me. Now that you have appeared, so. At this point, Lin Rei chuckled. At this moment, he didn't hide anything and directly told her everything he knew. At that moment, when she heard the blind young man say her identity and everything about her, she was shocked. She was completely shocked. She knew that it was definitely not a coincidence. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to know her father's name and that she was from the barren state. At this moment, Hua Yuan was even more vigilant against Lin Rei. But along with the increase in vigilance, her curiosity also increased greatly. You don't have to be surprised. You don't have to guess how I know, and you don't have to guess that I'm from the sacred world. Because none of these are true. The reason why I know your identity is naturally because I have my ways. Similarly, I won't harm you. You can rest assured. Lin Rei, who knew Hua Yuan's thoughts, opened up all his goodwill without holding back. Indeed, after hearing Lin Rei's words, although she couldn't let down her guard against him completely, it was still better than before. You're very interesting. Looking at Lin Rei, Hua Yuan said. To think that a god emperor from the firmament would know where I came from and even be able to accurately point out my surname. Although I don't know if I can trust your words, you're not simple at all. My curiosity toward you has grown even stronger. Looking at her, Lin Rei couldn't help but tease her. Miss Hua, don't you know that a woman will fall in love with a man because of curiosity? Chapter 739. You. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Hua Yuyin was slightly angered. She stared at Lin Rei fiercely and said, "I've seen his eloquence, but I don't know how good he is with his hands." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Rei's reply, Hua Yuyin's body flashed and instantly appeared below the stage. Seeing this, Lin Rei chuckled and did not say anything. His body flashed and disappeared. When the crowd saw him again, he was not far away from Hua Yuyin. Looking at the two of them, Lu Yu smiled bitterly and said, all right. The pill for the third round is a top-grade Emperor-level pill called the 6 Transformation Golden Pill. Whoever concocts it well and has the most pill veins will be the winner of this alchemy conference." After Lu Yu finished speaking, Lin Rei and Hua Yuyin did not even look at him. They were minding their own business and choosing the pills they needed in their storage rings. As for the 6 Transformation Golden Pill that Lu Yu mentioned, Lin Rei and Hua Yuyin could only say, haha. Although that pill was rare in the eyes of ordinary people, in the eyes of Lin Rei and Hua Yuyin, it was not much different from the mortal-level pill of rejuvenation. At this moment, Hua Yuyin could not help but glance at Lin Rei. Her eyes were filled with seriousness. This guy. I originally wanted to get the Saint Herb to increase my strength so that I can go home earlier. But why did he appear? At this moment, Hua Yuyin felt very sullen. Originally, she wanted to get the Saint Herb easily and find a quiet place to increase her cultivation. But now, her expectations were dashed. At the same time, she knew that the blind young man in front of her was not simple. She even felt a sense of oppression from him. She had to be careful because this was the first time she felt this way ever since she came down from the holy world. However, she was starting to like this feeling a little. After all, when a person was invincible, they would become arrogant and ignorant. They might even cause their cultivation methods and combat strength to regress. Therefore, although Lin Rei's appearance made her feel a little pressured, she couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Rei also felt the same way. After all, in the divine realm, other than some top-level ultimate gods who did not show themselves, the others were basically non-existent to him. Hua Yuyin's appearance was just as Hua Yuyin had thought. She was a sparring partner, or even an opponent. Thinking up to here, Lin Rei could not help but be extremely excited. This kind of feeling, he had not appeared for a very long time already. At this moment, he took out the materials he wanted to refine pills from the storage ring. The moment he exited the ring, he felt that Hua Yuyin was looking at him. In response, Lin Rei turned around and faced her with his divine sense. He smiled and teased, "What? Have you fallen in love with me so quickly? But you don't have to be like this. After all, the two of us are opponents now. So, be more reserved. I don't like that kind of open-minded woman." Lin Rei's words entered the ears of the onlookers. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. Their mouths were wide open and their facial expressions were even more exaggerated. They were like walking emojis. Of course, the person in question was so angry at Lin Rei's words that she stomped her feet like a little girl. Although she looked angry, her appearance and overall temperament. However, Lin Rei could not help but be stunned on the spot. Lecher. Hua Yuyin rolled her eyes at Lin Rei's current expression and did not say anything else after Lin Rei's expression. She turned around, took her own spiritual medicine and started her refining process. Lin Rei, who came back to his senses, looked at Hua Yuyin's actions and chuckled. Then, he started refining too. This time, he planned to use his own strength to refine the Supreme Level 9 Revolutions Mixed Energy Pill. Moreover, he also planned to use the chaotic energy in the system and the training field. After all, the main catalyst for refining the 9 Revolutions Mixed Energy Pill was the chaotic energy. So, the effect of the 9 Revolutions Mixed Energy Pill was something that all the gods in the realm of the gods dreamed of. Even if it was a sage, Lin Rei dared to guarantee that when they saw the 9 Revolutions Mixed Energy Pill, they would want to kill and steal it. After all, when one reached the sage realm, although they also needed spiritual energy for cultivation, the chaotic energy was the best thing for them to improve their cultivation. However, the chaotic energy was extremely rare, so that was why Lin Rei dared to guarantee that when a sage saw the 9 revolutions mixed energy pill, they would want to kill him. Boom! At this moment, the illusory spirit blood flame rushed out of his palm. This time, Lin Rei did not plan to use the pill furnace. After all, at his level, the pill furnace was useless to him. On the contrary, he could borrow the power of heaven and earth around him, and he could do whatever he wanted without the risk of the furnace exploding. When Hua Yuan saw Lin Li's actions, she too did not want to be outdone. She immediately gave up on the cauldron. Just like Lin Li, she started to concoct pills out of thin air. At this moment, the actions of these 2 people deeply attracted the attention of everyone present. Damn, they're giving up on the pill furnace? Nonsense, isn't it obvious? But for a pill refiner to give up on the pill furnace, I don't think even the Tourism Association's president could do it. How could they? Hiss, could it be? At this moment, everyone started to make wild guesses. At this moment, Zhuge He, who was sitting beside Lin Rei, thought of something terrifying, but he was not sure. What? Could it be something? When everyone heard Zhuge He's words, they turned around and fixed their eyes on him. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Hurry up and say it. If you don't, we'll attack you together." Ha ha ha, Zhuge He did not have the courage to become enemies with so many sects present. In the end, he had no choice but to sigh and tell them his guess. I agree with my ancestor. He said that as long as a pill refiner reaches the honorable level, they can refine pills out of thin air. This way, they can borrow the power of heaven and earth, and the pills they refine can be said to be the best of the best. Even the Emperor God would find it hard to get one. Hiss. Honorable level? Hearing Zhuge He's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. If what he said was true, it meant that Lin Rei was a genuine honorable level pill refiner. However, what surprised them more was that the participant was also a honorable level pill refiner. This was something that they never expected. As for Lin Rei, they were naturally used to all the surprises from him. Therefore, they were only shocked for a moment when they realized that he was an honorable level pill refiner. As for the woman who had suddenly appeared, no one knew how she had registered herself. However, they were certain that none of the sects present knew who she was. At this moment, everyone was both shocked and surprised. After all, such a honorable level pill refiner was placed in front of them. If they could pull her into their group, then, thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but think about it. However, they didn't know that besides being an honorable level pill refiner, Hua Yuan was also a genuine Great Circle Martial Emperor expert. If they knew, they would have thrown their previous thoughts to the back of their minds. They wouldn't even dare to think about it. Of course, the person who guessed that Hua Yuan was an honorable level pill refiner was none other than Lu Yu. He was so angry and disdainful of her. Now, he was slapped in the face. What the hell is going on? Why is it that pill refiners are worthless now? How could there be so many of them? Moreover, even an honorable level pill refiner was like this. The appearance of one before was already shocking enough. But now, another one appeared. Moreover, they seemed to be of the same age. This was something that he couldn't accept. He couldn't accept such a strange thing. Looking at the 2 people refining pills in the air, Liu abandoned the desire in his heart. One had to know that this kind of scene wasn't something that could be seen all the time. Instead of being extremely envious at the side, he might as well properly observe this pill refinement. Who knows, he might be able to learn a little bit from it. He believed that even if it was just a little bit, it would still be able to benefit him greatly. At this moment, Lin Rei was refining the 9 Revolution Mixed Essence pill. Except for the primal chaos chi, he threw all the ingredients into the illusory spirit blood fire. He wanted to refine the pill as soon as possible. He didn't want to lose to a girl who was also from the holy world. Not only would it be a disgrace to his identity as an honorable level pill refiner, but it would also cause him to lose face. This was something that he couldn't allow. Heh, 9 Dragon Refinement Art, refine for me. At this moment, Lin Rei couldn't help but use the pill refinement art that he had never used before. This time, he was determined to get the Saint Elixir of the ending. Of course, Hua Yuan wouldn't show any weakness. She threw all the ingredients she refined into the pill fire just like Lin Rei. She was going all out at this moment. Her reason was the same as Lin Rei's. She wanted the Saint Elixir of the ending. Because she needed it, she wouldn't lose. Moreover, as a member of the Holy World's Hua clan, she felt that face and the reputation of her clan were the most important. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 hours had passed. At this moment, the two of them had refined the chi liquid and put it into the pill bottle. I didn't expect a person like you to appear in a small place like the divine world. I admit that I have underestimated you. However, I won't lose. Don't worry. She became anxious and panicked when she saw the blind young man complete the tempering process with her. This completely confirmed the trace of pressure she felt from him earlier. Hearing Hua Yuan's voice transmission, Lin Rei was stunned. When he came back to his senses, Lin Rei couldn't help but say, although I don't know how big the holy world is, since you have come to the divine world, please. You must have a reason for coming here. Moreover, the divine world is vast and boundless. Are you sure you can't explore all of it? If you can't, then shut your body and refine the pills. You are just an ordinary upper honorable level pill refiner. Since you want to challenge me, it's fine as long as you don't cry in the end. Seeing that she couldn't win against him, Hua Yuan was speechless and continued to refine the pills. Regarding this, Lin Rei kept his mouth shut. Since she didn't know what was good for her, Lin Rei would still be polite. Immediately, he activated the 9 Dragon Fusion technique. The spiritual energy of a middle-stage god emperor rushed out of his body. Under Lin Rei's control, the spiritual energy condensed into 9 5-clawed golden dragons. At this moment, the 9 5-clawed golden dragons rushed into the pill fire and started to fuse with the refined chi liquid. This was an extremely brilliant technique. Lu Yu, who had been watching from the side, was completely stunned. His face was filled with excitement as he stared at Lin Li's every move. At this moment, Lu Yu was staring at the 9 5-clawed golden dragons within the Dream Spirit Bloodfire, his face filled with excitement. Lin Rei didn't stop Lu Yu from watching. After all, there was nothing to learn. Without the permission of the system, even if he learned it, it would be taken back by the system in the end. Therefore, Lin Rei wasn't worried about this. Little by little, the more than 70 drops of chi liquid in the illusory spirit blood fire started to fuse under the control of the 9 5-clawed golden dragons. At this moment, Lin Rei separated a strand of his consciousness and entered the system's martial arts field. Looking at the gray, fairy-like martial arts field, Lin Rei didn't hesitate. He flashed into the center of the formation and activated the formation. He guided a strand of primal chaos chi into the 9 revolution mixed essence pill without anyone noticing. This strand of primal chaos chi was the most important medicinal primer for the 9 revolution mixed essence pill. Therefore, at this moment, after the addition of primal chaos chi, the pill's formation speed greatly increased by more than 2 times. It's almost done. The sacred medicine will be mine in the end. Looking at the pill that was about to be formed, Lin Rei felt an indescribable joy in his heart. On the other side, Hua Yuan was trying her best to win. After all, the sacred medicine was simply a necessity for her to go home. She couldn't give it up. However, she couldn't be like Lin Rei, multitasking. It was even more impossible for her to have the illusory spirit blood fire like Lin Rei, so, bam. Bam. Bam, at this moment, Hua Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged and activating the flame in front of her, suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes and a ray of light instantly shot out from her eyes. Then, under everyone's gaze, she gave up on activating the flame. Instead, she stood up and slapped the flame with her palm. At this moment, a strange sound of collision spread throughout the entire alchemy guild. Even Lin Rei, who was at the side, was startled by this. Lin Rei released his consciousness and looked at Hua Yuan's actions. His eyes were filled with doubt. However, he saw that the pill contained in the flame in front of Hua Yuan was slowly taking shape under her continuous slapping. Moreover, what shocked Lin Rei even more was that in the process of forming the pill, she had completed the division of the pill at the same time. This method was something that even an honorable alchemist who had been in the honorable level for a long time couldn't do. Today, Hua Yuan did it, and she did it so well. Lin Rei couldn't help but admire her. Chapter 740. What more can I ask for from such an opponent? Lin Rei exclaimed as he looked at Hua Yuan. No, I can't fall behind. Hua Yuan's actions gave Lin Rei unprecedented pressure. The holy world was indeed the holy world. A random person who came down was already so strong. It seemed like he had to work harder to improve his cultivation in the future. Hua Yuan didn't know what Lin Rei was thinking. Moreover, he had overestimated the people in the holy world. There were also people with low cultivation in the holy world, not just Sage Realm experts. Some Sage Realm experts would even send their descendants to the lower world to train. However, not all of them were so strong. In the holy world, the Hua family of the barren state was a force to be reckoned with. No one dared to offend them. Even the Dao integration realm experts in the holy world would dare to offend them. Hua Yuan was a top-notch talent in the Hua family. The reason why she came to the holy world was because she had snuck out. Therefore, 9 Dragons Pill Formation Technique. Condense. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't hold back anymore. He directly used his supreme grade honorable realm alchemy skills and the illusory spirit blood fire. In an instant, the elixir in the illusory spirit blood fire started to take shape rapidly. This scene made Lu Yu, who was watching quietly and comprehending a lot, smile bitterly. Sigh. It's too fast. At this moment, Lin Rei's hand speed was so fast that Lu Yu, who had been comprehending, retracted his gaze. With his supreme grade alchemy skills, it was already impressive for him to be able to see a supreme grade honorable alchemy skills clearly. Moreover, Lin Rei had slowed down. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. At this moment, if Hua Yuan hadn't used her full strength, he wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. At this moment, both of them had revealed their identities. However, the people who were watching were the most shocked. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Rei and Hua Yuan in awe of their supreme grade alchemy skills. No matter which world it was, alchemy masters, array masters, weapon refiners, and talisman masters were all highly sought after and no one dared to offend them. They had skills that ordinary people did not have, and even top-notch experts did not dare to provoke them. Just like Lin Rei's identity as a venerated great alchemist, even the Dao fruit saints of the holy world wouldn't dare to offend him. After all, having a venerated great alchemist was equivalent to having a powerful sect. Time slowly passed as the two of them competed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours were almost up. At this time, the two of them had reached the end. Ha, the pill is done. Wang, right at this moment, Linley let out a loud shout, and then the mirage bloodfire emitted a buzzing sound. Afterwards, the alchemical fire disappeared, and 6-9 revolutions mixed yuan pills with 10 markings floated there on their own. Hiss. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell onto Lin Rei's pill. Suddenly, when they saw the 10 lines on the pill, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. Previously, when Chu Ci had concocted a pill with 5 patterns, everyone had already been stunned. But now, Chu Ci had concocted a pill with 10 patterns. Even in the Saint's realm, this was enough to shock the world. Seeing this, the first thought in everyone's mind was to try their best to rope in this person and not to offend him. Because they couldn't afford to offend him. Not only was he in the Emperor realm, he was also a venerated great alchemist, and they had heard that he was a weapon refiner who could refine supreme-grade divine weapons. No matter what kind of identity he had, he was enough to dominate a region in the divine world. Wang, just as everyone was shocked, on the other side, Hua Yuan's pill refinement had also finished. At this moment, everyone withdrew from the shock of seeing Lin Rui and focused their attention on Hua Yuan and her pill. At this moment, there were 4 red medicinal pellets with 10 pill veins floating in the air. Hiss, what the hell is going on? Both of them have 10 pill marks. Could it be that refining 10 pill marks is now very common? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be shocked again. They didn't expect this mysterious woman to be the same as Lin Rui, refining a pill with 10 lines. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with interest and shock. What was interesting was that both of them had 10 lines. They wanted to see whose pill would be better. What was shocking was that this woman was the same as Lin Rui, able to refine 10 lines. If it was Linley, they had already been shocked enough before, so they were already numb to it. However, this woman was different. She had appeared out of nowhere, and her background was unknown. Just as everyone was guessing and watching the show, Lin Rui turned around. His divine sense instantly rushed out and landed on Hua Yuan's pill. Linley wasn't surprised that she was able to refine a pill with 10 pill veins. However, he was surprised that her pill was infinitely close to a supreme-grade exalted grade pill, and her dance stage was only a high-grade exalted grade alchemist. From this, it could be seen that Hua Yuan's alchemy skills and talent were both top-notch. Lin Rui was very certain about this. At this moment, looking at Hua Yuan's pill, Lin Rui recognized it with a single glance. It was a high-grade venerable level pill, life-continuing pill. Although the name was tacky, the medicinal properties of the pill were extremely powerful. Its use was just like its name. It was to extend the life of cultivators or living creatures that were about to die. At the same time, this heaven-defying pill had a flaw. That was, after consuming the life-continuing pill, although it could restore one's vitality, they could only live for a year. After that, they would turn into ashes and die without a complete corpse. Therefore, although this pill was heaven-defying, no one would be willing to consume it unless they were forced to. Otherwise, no one would touch this pill. Looking at this pill, Lin Rui's face revealed a smile. To be able to refine this pill, the spiritual herbs required were something that even Lin Rui would be jealous of. He didn't expect that such a small competition would cause her to use such a precious elixir. This caused Linley to be quite surprised. At the same time, Hua Yuan, who felt Lin Rui's divine sense, also looked at Lin Rui's pill. In the next moment, Hua Yuan frowned and looked at Lin Rui with a puzzled expression. When she saw Lin Rui's pill, she could feel the enormous energy coming from the pill. However, she couldn't tell what the pill was. The world was full of strange things. It was impossible for her to recognize all the pills. Oh, why? You don't recognize it? Knowing Hua Yuan's puzzlement, Lin Rui didn't hide it and said directly. So what if I don't recognize it? I admit that I don't recognize all the pills. Looking at Lin Rui, Hua Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, I can feel the enormous and endless energy in your pill. This energy is very familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. However, I can't remember it now. Lin Rui was very sure about what Hua Yuan said. After all, he was born in the holy world and had definitely seen the chaotic energy. The pill that I refined is called the 9 Revolution Mixed Energy Pill. It is a supreme honorable grade pill with 10 elixir markings. Just based on this point, Miss Hua, you have already lost. Therefore, I won this round. Lin Rui said calmly. You. Looking at Lin Rui, Hua Yuan was speechless. After all, they had made a promise before. With that, Linley put away the pills. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Lu Yu. Oh, right, just when Lin Rei was walking towards Lu Yu, he suddenly stopped and said to Hua Yuan without turning his head, "My mixed energy pill contains the chaotic energy. Therefore, no matter what, you are going to lose. Don't be unconvinced. This is my ability. If you want to win, I advise you to go back and practice more." What? Chaotic energy? At this moment, Hua Yuan was shocked by what she had just heard. Others might not know, but she knew very well that the primal chaos chi was extremely useful after reaching the sage realm. Even the old ancestor of the Hua clan yearned for the primal chaos chi. Now, she heard from a blind young man from the divine world that the pills he refined contained the primal chaos chi. This, even if it wasn't her, anyone from the holy world would be shocked by what he had just said. The chaotic energy was extremely precious. While Hua Yuan was still in shock, Lin Rei had already arrived beside Lu Yu. Looking at him, Lin Rei smiled and said, "I won. Give me the prize for the first place." Okay. Okay. Regarding Lin Rei's words just now. Everyone present had heard Linley's words clearly, including Lu Yu. Upon hearing Linley's request, Lu Yu immediately prepared to take out the reward. However, at this moment, Hua Yuan's voice was heard again, "No, you. You are bullying me. You are bullying me in my field of expertise. I won't accept this." Huh? Seeing Lu Yu stop, Lin Rei frowned and turned around. Looking at Hua Yuan who was pouting angrily, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly regained his senses. Looking at her, Linley had a look of, "I'm not convinced," on his face. His tone was cold as he said, "Little girl, don't try to twist words and force logic. This is the alchemy conference. If I don't use this to defeat you, do you think I'll use something else to defeat you? Moreover, why would I do this in your field of expertise? Do you think I am stupid? Or what?" At this moment, Hua Yuan was like a duck. I couldn't stop. Lin Rei smiled at this. However, Lin Rei had already agreed to her suggestion in his heart. However, he didn't want to make a move for no reason. If he didn't take out something from before, what would happen? Looking at her, Lin Rei turned around and said to Lu Yu this time, "Give it to me." At this moment, the most innocent person was Lu Yu. He was sandwiched between the two strong cultivators and was attacked from both sides. However, he didn't dare to make a sound. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his bitterness. "No, tell me. What do you want me to do now?" At this moment, Hua Yuan was anxious. She was determined to get the sacred medicine in the prize. No matter the price, she was determined to get it. When she saw Lin Rei pressuring Lu Yu again, Hua Yuan fell into Lin Rei's trap. At this moment, seeing Hua Yuan falling into his trap, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he turned around and said telepathically, "Because the next thing would involve the matters of the holy world. I'll fight you now, but as a punishment, if you lose, you'll answer my questions unconditionally. But if I lose, I'll give up the first place reward and give you a 9-revolution mixed yuan pill. What do you think?" Hearing Linley's words, Hua Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. If I lose, I'll answer your questions unconditionally. If you answer, don't go back. Give me the prize for first place, and give me a 9-revolution mixed yuan pill. I won't go back on my words." Seeing how straightforward Lin Rei was, Hua Yuan chuckled. Then, she told him the rules and the scope of the competition. "This time, our mental strength is not weak. As an alchemist, I believe that your mental strength is not weak. If I lose this round, I will not only answer your questions, I will also be your maid for 10,000 years and be at your beck and call." "Heh. Okay. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. Hearing Hua Yuan's words, Lin Rei was very confident in his mental strength. However, looking at Hua Yuan's confident gaze, Lin Rei couldn't help but be cautious. The atmosphere became solemn once again. At this moment, everyone knew that the competition was about to begin. Immediately, they all retreated from the battle range and used their cultivation to protect themselves and the disciples of their sects within the boundary that they had set up. Competing with me in mental strength. See if I don't kill you. At this moment, Hua Yuan was very confident. She always thought that no one in the divine world would be able to break through her mental strength. Even those who were more powerful than her in alchemy would not be able to do so. Heh. Soul-destroying needle, go. At this moment, the smoke of battle began. Shapeless long needles suddenly appeared and shot towards his direction. For a moment, Lin Rei was stunned. Looking at the long needles, he could feel the aura of death from them. However, what made him curious was that this was clearly a battle technique. Moreover, it was a mental strength battle technique. He had never experienced such a situation before. Moreover, he had never heard of such a battle technique. This soul-extinguishing needle is a forbidden secret skill that I secretly learned from the library. If it wasn't for the sacred medicine, I wouldn't have done this. However, don't worry. I haven't mastered this soul-extinguishing needle yet. Therefore, I won't kill you. At most, I will make you unconscious for a while. After that, you will be fine. Looking at the soul-extinguishing needle that she shot out and was about to crush Lin Rei, Hua Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Trying to kill me with a mere needle. You have underestimated me. At the same time, you have overestimated yourself. Looking at the pity in Hua Yuan's eyes, Lin Rei was enraged. He didn't waste his breath. Although he didn't know how powerful this thing was, he knew that his spiritual force was comparable to a Tao fruit saint. It wasn't something that a few needles condensed from spiritual force could kill. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.